Chapter 1628. But why is this place suddenly expanding? Could there be some kind of accident? Chu Ling Xiao asked faintly. It should be related to Sect Master. You don't need to worry. A voice suddenly came from behind, causing the masters from the three clans to turn around and see Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, Mou, and Lin Yu Rao, four peak origin returning realm masters, walking over together. The three clans didn't dare to neglect and quickly cupped their fists. Yang Xiuzhu and the others quickly returned the gesture. Everyone obviously knew each other and knew who the other was. However, although Yang Xiuzhu and the others' cultivations were much higher than the masters from the human, monster, and demon clans, Ling Taisu and the others had a very close relationship with Yang Kai. So Yang Xiuzhu and the others didn't dare act arrogantly and treated them as equals. Is it related to Yang Kai? Ling Taisu became interested. Brother Yang, can you explain in detail? Everyone else also looked towards Yang Xiuzhu curiously. Yang Xiuzhu pondered for a moment before saying, the higher sect master's cultivation is, the more profound his attainments in the Tao of space are, and the wider this world will become. He didn't know much about the sealed world bead. As one of the former elders of Star Emperor Mountain, he only knew that it was a space artifact and an emperor artifact at that. There was too much he didn't know, so he could only give a general explanation. Hearing him say this, everyone nodded. So, this is Yang Kai's doing? Is he here? Zhang Yuan showed a suspicious look as he released his divine sense to investigate. A moment later, a look of shock appearing on his face. He really is here. He seems to be in retreat with Xia Girl. These fluctuations of power are quite strange. Could it be his Tao of space? It should be. While everyone was talking, the expansion of the small sealed world did not stop. From its original size of 100 kilometers, it expanded to 10,000 kilometers before gradually subsiding. At the edge of this small sealed world, there seemed to be some kind of obscure force blocking the fluctuations of Yang Kai's Tao of space, making it impossible to see the full picture. There's actually a cluster of buildings over there. Lei Long's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw a new cluster of buildings in the distance. Those buildings weren't too densely built. Although they looked scattered and disorderly, they were scattered all over the place, as if they were hiding something. Should we go and take a look? Everyone was curious and wanted to ask around. Haha, this old man will be the vanguard first. The old demon laughed loudly as he turned into a ray of light and rushed over, seemingly fearless. The others slowly shook their heads and followed closely behind. Yang Xiuzhu and the other three looked at each other in dismay. Then, they smiled bitterly and followed after him. After a short while, everyone arrived at the location of the building complex. As soon as they set foot on this place, everyone's spirits were shaken. This was because the heaven and earth spiritual chi here was actually 2 to 3 times denser than the original location. This also meant that if one could cultivate here, the efficiency would be at least twice as high as before. This place is not bad. My monster race wants to occupy a part of it. Lei Long did not decline. He stretched out his hand and drew out a large area. Then my demon race will occupy this area. Zhang Yuan followed suit. Ling Taisu and Meng Wuya glanced at each other, the former calmly declaring, then leave the rest to my human race. After a few words, the masters of the three races divided up this new cluster of buildings, each occupying a large piece of land. It seems that the world energy aura in this new world is much richer. If Yang Kai opens up a new world in the future, it should be even better than this one, right? Chu Ling Xiao mused. That should be the case. I just don't know how big this place is. If it's big enough, this senior is willing to stay here for the rest of his life. Zhang Yuan laughed. He suddenly realized that his decision to take the elites of the demon race and follow Yang Kai out of Tongxian realm was the correct one. If he had stayed in Tongxian realm, how could he have had the opportunity to break through to the Saint King realm? How could he have had the opportunity to explore a higher martial Tao? Perhaps even until he died of old age, he would never be able to surpass the achievements of Great Demon God. But now, the legend of Great Demon God had been broken by countless people. Zhang Yuan thought so, but how could Thunder Dragon not? His heart was filled with gratitude towards Yang Kai. Over the next few days, the human, monster, and demon races collectively moved out, abandoning the lofts they had built before and pouring into this new cluster of buildings. Time flew by, and soon, 3 months had passed. Yang Kai exited his retreat. Xianing Chang was still in front of the loft when Yang Kai called her in to understand the situation inside the small sealed world. After learning about the huge changes here, she was quite surprised. The expansion of the small sealed world was a matter of course. As his cultivation and understanding of the Tao of space deepened, the mysterious veil of this world would slowly be lifted and its true appearance would be revealed. Yang Kai was also very curious about how big this place was. However, the appearance of this new cluster of buildings was a bit surprising. This was not a bad thing, though. After exiting his retreat, Yang Kai took Xianing Chang to take a look around and confirmed that there was no danger and that the cultivation environment was 2 or 3 times better than the previous one, allowing him to relax. After that, Yang Kai went to see Qian Tong. Qian Tong was fine. Although he had suffered some minor injuries due to Luo Hai suppression in the periphery of Green Mountain Star, Qian Tong had broken through to the Origin King realm after all, so his recovery speed was quite fast, and he was now working hard to consolidate his realm. Everything was going well, and Yang Kai was completely relieved. He personally found an excellent residence for Xianing Chang and continued to stay in the small sealed world. Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate his monster transformation secret art and develop the golden divine dragon source in his body. Being together with little senior sister, naturally, there would be no lack of romance and love. This period of time was the most comfortable period Yang Kai had spent in the past few decades. Pure Ice Island, inside Ran Yunting's ice room. Su Yin was like a white flower blooming in a world of ice and snow, her aura cold, her white robes whiter than snow, and her long hair draped over her shoulders. "Do you want to go out for life experience?" Ran Yunting frowned. Su Yin had come to find her today and actually made such a request, which greatly surprised Ran Yunting.
Yes.
Su Yin nodded. "Why do you suddenly want to go out for life experience?" Ran Yunting smiled. "Now is a critical time for you to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. Running out at this time is not a good thing. Moreover, the situation on Scarlet Wave Star is very dangerous right now. Although you have lived on the inner island for a long time, you may have heard some rumors. If you go out and meet someone from Brilliant Flame Sect, it would not be good. You also know that little bastard Wei Feng has been constantly thinking about you. Brilliant Flame Sect is also using this as an excuse to target our Ice Heart Valley and force us to hand you over." Disciple understands. Su Yin nodded lightly. "It is because of this that Disciple wants to go out for life experience. Perhaps, after walking around outside for a while, Disciple's cultivation will improve." It's not impossible." Ran Yunting felt somewhat awkward. Ran Yunting was a little embarrassed. If it were any other time, Su Yin would have said she wanted to go out for life experience, and she certainly wouldn't have stopped her. But although her disciple was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, in terms of combat effectiveness, she was not inferior to a third-order origin returning realm master. She belonged to the category of geniuses who could fight above their realm, an elite among elites. With her Ice Crystal Jade body and Ice Heart Valley's Ice Jade secret art, there were few who could match her under the Origin King realm. A cultivator's cultivation was not something that could be done behind closed doors. Going out for life experience had always been the only way to grow. But now, the situation on Scarlet Wave Star had suddenly changed, so how could Ran Yunting feel at ease letting Su Yin go out? Just as she was thinking about what excuse to use to make Su Yin give up on this idea and obediently stay on Pure Ice Island, Ran Yunting suddenly seemed to have discovered something and stared at Su Yin, her brow furrowing slightly. Immediately, she released her divine sense and scanned Su Yin. "What happened to your cultivation? What caused your Jade Ice Heart to be covered in dust? Why does your cultivation seem to have declined?" Ran Yunting's beautiful face paled. She suddenly noticed that Su Yan's cultivation, compared to a few days ago, had actually declined instead of rising. Although this decrease was very small, Ran Yunting, as her master, was naturally aware of it. This caused Ran Yunting's eyes to fill with amazement. Although Su Yan's aptitude was not top-notch, because of her special constitution and Pure Ice Island's secret art, it was enough to make up for some of the deficiencies in her aptitude. What's more, Her aptitude was indeed excellent. Perhaps there were very few people in the entire star territory who could compare to her. Her cultivation had always been increasing, so this kind of strange situation had never occurred before. Ran Yunting's expression changed again and again. You actually suffered a backlash from your secret art. Did you fall in love with someone? What kind of person could make you fall in love? At this moment, her face was almost ferocious as the Saint Chi in her body roared wildly. Cultivating the Ice Jade's secret art would allow Su Yin to possess a Jade Ice Heart. As long as her Jade Ice Heart was pure enough, her cultivation would advance rapidly. On the other hand, she would suffer a backlash from her secret art. The more turbid her Jade Ice Heart became, the greater the price she would have to pay. The number one enemy that could cause her Jade Ice Heart to become turbid was falling in love. This was something that any cultivator who cultivated the Ice Jade's secret art had to avoid at all costs. The Jade Ice Heart was pure and untainted, but emotions were like thick ink that could quickly contaminate it. Ran Yunting understood the truth of the matter almost immediately. No, you live in the inner island all year round and have never had a chance to come into contact with men from the outside world. Ran Yunting quickly shook her head, but suddenly remembered something and grit her teeth. Su Yin, tell master, is this related to the portrait you saw a few days ago? Do you know that man? Ran Yunting was also a quick-witted person, so she thought of countless possibilities in a very short time. But this was the most likely. When Su Yin saw the portrait that day, the strange look on her face appeared in Ran Yunting's mind, which made her even more certain of this speculation. Facing her honored master's questioning, Su Yin bit her lower lip lightly, a trace of guilt flashing across her face, but it quickly disappeared and she softly said, "Disciple does know him." Ran Yunting's face paled as she asked in a trembling voice, "You? What is your relationship with him?" "He's my junior brother, and also my man." When she said this, a faint smile appeared on Su Yan's face, making her look extremely sweet. Chapter 1629. Ran Yunting was dumbfounded. Since she brought Su Yin back to Pure Ice Island nearly 30 years ago, she had never seen Su Yin smile. Today was the first time. This sudden smile was in stark contrast to the cold and aloof expression she had displayed before. Coupled with Su Yan's almost flawless face, Ran Yunting couldn't help falling into a daze for a moment. She couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority in her heart. Soon, Ran Yunting dispelled these distracting thoughts and asked with a gloomy face, "You actually had a man? When did this happen?" "It was a long time before I met Honored Master." "Did you have any intimate contact with him?" Ran Yunting continued to ask. An intoxicating blush appeared on Su Yan's cheeks as she nodded lightly. Ran Yunting's body trembled, as if she had lost all her strength, and she stumbled back 2 steps, her eyes filled with obvious disappointment as she asked bitterly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Honored Master never asked." Su Yin bit her red lips lightly. Ran Yunting continued, "I didn't ask because your aura was so pure that Honored Master thought you were a virgin. But since you have had intimate contact with a man, why is your aura not turbid?" Once a woman had intimate contact with a man, there would be some residual yang qi in her body, enough to break the purity of her aura. Su Yan's aura was extremely clean and untainted. Ran Yunting would never have dreamed that she was no longer a virgin. Was it because of her special physique? It was also possible. Su Yan's physique was obviously not innate, but rather acquired. Perhaps when her physique was formed, her aura had become pure. "You don't know how to cherish yourself." Ran Yunting grit her teeth and shouted. "Disciple has disappointed Honored Master." Su Yin lowered her eyes. "If I had known about this, I would never have allowed you to cultivate the Ice Jade's secret art." Ran Yunting said bitterly, her great expectations turning into disappointment as she said with red eyes, "Did you know that once you cultivate the Ice Jade's secret art, you will suffer backlash from the secret art? Your current situation is still quite mild, but if you continue like this, your Saint Chi will dissipate and you will eventually become a cripple." Disciple didn't know. Su Yin shook her head, showing no fear. She came to Pure Ice Island and worshipped Ran Yunting as her master. Whatever Ran Yunting told her to cultivate, she naturally cultivated. So how could she ask any questions? It wasn't until a few days ago when there was a problem with her cultivation method that she realized it. Ran Yunting's expression changed as she realized the seriousness of the situation. Although she was disappointed that Su Yin had concealed her love history, she still had high hopes for this disciple of hers, so she hurriedly said, "Su Yin, it's not too late. You need to cut the Gordian knot and sever your feelings. Otherwise, your cultivation will continue to decline until you become an ordinary person. At that time, no one will be able to save you." Cut off the threads of love? Su Yin raised her eyes and looked towards Ran Yunting, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she slowly but firmly shook her head. "Honored master, please forgive me. Disciple will not do such a thing." "You." Ran Yunting pointed a finger at Su Yin, unable to utter a single word. Su Yin smiled again. "If I can see him again, even if this disciple is reduced to an ordinary person, I am willing." Ran Yunting's expression froze as she stared at Su Yin in a daze. "Are these your heartfelt words? You won't regret it?" Su Yin nodded. "Have you ever thought that you are only doing this for a moment of pleasure? If you really become an ordinary person, your lifespan will be less than 100 years, and you will eventually grow old. At that time, which man will be interested in you? The man you fancy may leave you in the end." Su Yan's tender body trembled as a trace of fear flashed across her beautiful eyes. When Ran Yunting saw her expression, she knew she had a chance and was about to strike while the iron was hot. But before she could do so, the fear in Su Yan's eyes dissipated. Su Yan reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, whispering softly, "If I can be with him again, disciple is willing. Before I grow old, disciple will leave and not let him see disciple like this." "You're making me angry." Ran Yunting's chest heaved violently. She had never discovered that her disciple had such a stubborn and unreasonable side to her. "Honored master, disciple wants to go out," Su Yin quickly said. "You want to go out and find that man?" Ran Yunting looked at her coldly. She had thought Su Yin wanted to go out and gain experience in order to break through her current bottleneck. But now, how could she not understand her disciple's true purpose? She obviously wanted to go out and find traces of the man in the painting. "Yes, please grant my wish, honored master." Su Yin did not deny it. "Wishful thinking." Ran Yunting coldly snorted. "During this time, you will obediently stay in the inner island and don't even think about taking a single step out. Master will find a way to solve your current difficulties. I hope you won't disappoint Master again." "Honored master," Su Yin called out anxiously. Ran Yunting coldly snorted and shouted, "Come." Two women immediately walked in from the door, both of them having first-order origin returning realm cultivations, cupped their fists, and asked, "What orders does Great Elder have?" "Take Su Yin away and keep a close eye on her. If she dares to take even half a step out of her residence, I will hold you responsible." The two women looked at each other with puzzled expressions, not knowing what Su Yin had done to provoke Great Elder to such an extent. One had to know that Great Elder had always been proud of Su Yin and had declared countless times in front of outsiders that the best decision she had ever made in her life was to accept Su Yin as her disciple. Su Yin would definitely become the first person to bring glory to Iceheart Valley. But now, Ran Yunting was obviously furious and even wanted to put Su Yin under house arrest. What happened? The two women didn't dare to ask and just glanced at Su Yin thoughtfully before saying, "Junior Sister Su, please." "Honored master." Su Yin looked at Ran Yunting pleadingly, hoping she would change her mind. "Take her away." Ran Yunting turned her back to Su Yin and shouted, as if she didn't want to see her again, "Junior Sister Su, please don't embarrass us." Of the two women, the taller one frowned and urged impatiently. Su Yin looked at Ran Yunting's back and sighed softly, knowing that it was useless to say anything now, so she could only bow and leave. Soon, only Ran Yunting was left in the ice room. She stared at the portrait hanging on the ice wall with a furious glare, as if she wanted to cut the man in it into 1,000 pieces. Suddenly, she raised her hand and struck out. With a bang, the portrait was instantly reduced to dust. "Boy, don't fall into this queen's hands, or I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces." Ran Yunting swore to herself. As long as Su Yin still had the slightest bit of remorse, she would immediately kill Yang Kai to dispel Su Yan's heart demon. If Su Yan didn't want to cut off her feelings, then Ran Yunting, her honored master, would do it for her. As long as that man died, Su Yan's path forward would no longer be obstructed, and she would no longer suffer the backlash of her Ice Jade secret art. Perhaps Su Yan would remain silent for a while, but Ran Yunting believed that as time passed, Su Yan would only be grateful to her and not resent her. After thinking about it for a moment, Ran Yunting quickly left her ice room and went to the ice peak where the Supreme Elder was in seclusion. She had to consult the Supreme Elder about this matter. In fact, she wasn't sure if her method would work, but if she could get the Supreme Elder's approval, then there would be no more worries. On the inner island of Pure Ice Island, ice roads crisscrossed and led in all directions. Many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples were walking around. The buildings on Pure Ice Island were also unique, as if they were carved from ice, giving off a chilling aura. Su Yin walked along the ice road in a daze towards her ice room step by step. The two female disciples who were responsible for guarding her followed closely behind her, exchanging glances with their divine senses. Senior Sister Zhou, what do you think Su Yin did to make Great Elder so angry? The shorter woman asked curiously. The taller senior sister, Zhou, coldly snorted. Great Elder didn't say, so how could I know? However, this matter is no trivial matter. Otherwise, Great Elder wouldn't have put Su Yin under house arrest. Humph, this little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since she entered Ice Heart Valley, her eyes have always been at the top of her head, never putting us senior sisters in her eyes. Even when we meet, she doesn't even greet us. She has no etiquette at all. And isn't she just relying on Great Elder's favor? The petite woman smiled. Now that she has angered Great Elder, it seems she will fall out of favor. Let's see how she can act arrogantly in the future. As senior sisters, it's time for us to teach her how to behave. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly, feeling very happy. Today's sky seemed a little different from before. Just as she was walking, Su Yin suddenly came to a halt, her originally absent-minded eyes suddenly brightening as she turned her gaze towards a certain direction. Immediately after, her figure flickered and disappeared from where she stood. The two women who had been following her changed their expressions, thinking Su Yin was trying to escape, but when they turned their heads, they saw her running towards a few of her fellow disciples. What's going on? The woman surnamed Zhou showed a displeased look and hurried over. The few Ice Heart Valley disciples who had been whispering to each other all wore confused looks, not understanding why Su Yin had suddenly run over. The woman leading them, who was a powerful third-order origin returning realm cultivator, frowned as she looked at Su Yin and asked in surprise, "Are you Great Elder's disciple, Su Yin?" "She's Su Yin? I heard that she was only a third-order saint when she entered Ice Heart Valley. But now, in less than 30 years, she's almost reached the second-order origin returning realm. I've also heard of her, so that's how it is." The several women's interest was piqued as they looked Su Yin up and down, as if they were seeing her for the first time. Su Yin nodded. "Greetings, senior sisters." Do you need something?" The woman leading them asked. "I just heard several senior sisters discussing this. The person in the painting, have you seen him before?" Su Yin pointed to the portrait in the woman's hand. "You mean this guy?" The woman raised the portrait and chuckled. "I've seen him before." Su Yan's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked, "Senior sister, when did you see him? Is he well?" Chapter 1630. The woman frowned and asked curiously, "Does junior sister also know this person?" Hearing this question, Su Yin realized that she had lost her composure a little. While walking just now, she had suddenly heard someone talking about Yang Kai and had immediately rushed over. Taking a deep breath, Su Yin restrained the strange look on her face and nodded. I know him. Senior sister, can you tell me when you met him and how he is doing?" "Junior sister can't thank you enough." Junior sister's relationship with him seems to be quite deep. The woman leading the group chuckled, not intending to get to the bottom of the matter. "Naturally, I can tell you, but it happened a few years ago." "A few years ago?" Su Yin frowned. Junior sister, you also know that when the Emperor Garden opened a few years ago, I went there with several other sect brothers. It was there that I met him. If it weren't for his help, we senior sister and I would have suffered heavy casualties at the hands of brilliant flame sex Kong Wendong. He helped us and even killed Kong Wendong. He killed Kong Wendong? Kong Wendong was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but he was able to kill him. Doesn't that mean he is very powerful? The people who had been chatting with this woman before were amazed. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this woman. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, the first cultivator battle Yang Kai encountered was between this woman and Kong Wendong over an ancient secluded home. Yang Kai's true alchemy, enlightenment scripture, and purple origin furnace were obtained at that time. Can you tell me more about it? Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at the other woman expectantly. The woman looked at Su Yan thoughtfully for a moment before seemingly realizing something and nodding, yes. Immediately, she recounted what happened in the Emperor Garden a few years ago. The group of Ice Heart Valley disciples listened with great interest while Su Yan fell into a daze. He's already so powerful. Su Yan didn't know who Kong Wendong was, but from the exclamations of her fellow sect brothers and sisters nearby, she could infer some information. Kong Wendong was definitely a top master in the third-order origin returning realm, and Yang Kai was actually able to kill him a few years ago. At that time, he was still just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Now that a few years had passed, just what realm Yang Kai had reached? What kind of combat power did he possess? Her junior brother, her own man, such an amazing man. A faint smile appeared on Su Yan's face, and all of Pure Ice Island seemed to light up for a moment. Junior sister Su, hurry, don't make things difficult for us. Su Yan's eyes, senior sister, junior zzzz, seniors. That's right. If the Great Elder finds out about this, he'll definitely punish us. When that time comes, junior sister Su, will you take the punishment for us? Another woman also shouted. Everyone else looked at them in surprise before turning to look at Su Yan, not understanding what was going on. Su Yan thanked the senior sister who had told her about Yang Kai's situation before saying goodbye and continuing to walk towards her ice palace, her pace light and light, her previous worries swept away. At the bottom of the Blue River, the sealed world bead was covered in silt, having been silent for more than a year. One day, a school of foot-long fish swam above the sealed world bead, sticking close to the silt. The fish at the front swung their tails, stirring up the silt, creating a whirlpool of water that dragged the sealed world bead to the surface. The fish that came after opened their mouths and swallowed the sealed world bead into their bellies, wriggling about uncomfortably for a while before continuing to swim downstream with the school of fish as if nothing had happened. More than 10 days later, the school of fish rushed into a vast lake. As soon as they entered this place, a huge shadow appeared at the bottom of the water. This shadow opened its mouth wide and sucked in a large number of fish like a whale, leaving less than a fifth of the school of fish that had flowed downstream. After a long time, the shadow burped and left in satisfaction. A few days later, more than 10,000 kilometers away from the entrance to the lake, an iron ship was slowly sailing on the surface of the lake. On the iron ship, a group of cultivators in tight robes were circulating their Saint Chi, releasing their secret techniques and artifacts to fight a huge shadow below the ship. After half an hour, the shadow was killed, and the cultivators were overjoyed as they fished it out of the lake. This was a strange fish that was around 15 meters long. Its eyes were like copper gongs and were extremely scarlet red. Its mouth was filled with jagged fangs, and it looked extremely savage and terrifying. Its tail was like a meteor hammer and was covered with barbs. Many of the cultivators were injured while fighting this strange fish, but at this moment, they were sitting not far away with happy faces, healing their wounds while looking at their trophies. Uncle Wong, this meteor fish is really big. Looking at its power just now, it's almost a peak 8th order monster beast. A young man in the First Order Saint King realm stood next to the strange fish, kicking its belly while smiling at an old man in blue robes not far away. The old man smiled, stroked his beard, and nodded. Yes, this is a meteor fish that has grown to its limit. It is indeed a peak 8th order monster beast. Haha, we've made a profit this time. The monster core of a meteor fish is extremely rare. It can be sold for at least 200,000 Saint crystals, much more valuable than the monster core of a monster beast of the same level. The young man laughed. Yes, with this meteor fish, our trip was not in vain. Selling this monster core will provide for the needs of my Wong family's cultivator for 6 months. Uncle Wong, should I do it, or will you do it yourself? The young man looked at the old man. You do it. This old master is old and can't bear to see blood. The old man said with a smile, and everyone on the ship laughed. The young man did not decline and took out a dagger from his waist. The dagger was about the length of an arm and was extremely sharp. After pouring his Saint Chi into it, it became even sharper. The young man skillfully cut open the meteor fish's belly and smoothly found a fist-sized monster core in its skull. He respectfully handed the monster core to the old man. The old man carefully examined it and said, "Good, this is an excellent monster core. It contains a rich water attribute concept. If a cultivator with water attribute secret techniques obtains it, their strength will definitely increase. This old master will keep this monster core for the time being. When we return, I will hand it over to the patriarch to handle. Everyone on this trip will be rewarded." Hearing this, the cultivator who had just participated in the battle shouted excitedly, "This meteor fish is rare. I heard that its meat is delicious, so we can't waste it. Call someone over to handle it." After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and entered the cabin. The young man stood there and scratched his head, then called a few people to handle the fish. The young man was naturally unwilling to do this kind of chores. The people who handled the fish were the ones with the lowest cultivation on the ship. They generally did not participate in the battle and were only responsible for doing chores to earn some Saint crystals. Although the meteor fish was big, it was not troublesome to handle. After a short while, everything was done. The fresh fish was preserved in a special way, while the fish intestines and organs were thrown into the lake. On the ship, in a very simple and crude cabin, a young girl about 16 or 17 years old closed the door tightly and came to herself. She looked around as if she had a guilty conscience. Then, she carefully reached into her bosom and took out an inconspicuous bead. The bead was only the size of a longan fruit and did not look special. However, the girl's heartbeat sounded from her chest. "Is this an inner core?" The girl muttered to herself. Her face was flushed with excitement. She bit her thin lips and looked at the bead in her palm with uncertainty. Just now, she was also one of the people who handled the fish and inadvertently found this bead in the belly of the fish. She then hid it. She thought it was the inner core of the meteor fish. Now that she recalled her actions, she was still scared. Since she came out with the family's iron ship, everything she obtained should belong to the family. She did not know why she was so obsessed that she actually kept the bead. Obviously, it was impossible to hand it over now. If she did, she might be punished by the family law. This is not an inner core. The girl had not yet calmed down and found an excuse to ease the guilt in her heart. After all, the inner core had been taken away by Uncle Wong. She had never heard of a monster beast that gave birth to 2 inner cores. Moreover, this bead did not have any energy fluctuations. Obviously, it was not an inner core. If it was not an inner core, what was it? Why was it in the belly of the fish? The girl tilted her head and continued to look at the bead in her hand. She was puzzled. At this moment, the bead seemed to flash and then mysteriously disappeared from her hand. A person appeared in front of her like a ghost. The girl's face suddenly turned white. She was stunned and looked forward. Standing in front of her was a young man who looked around 25 or 26 years old. His expression was still a little confused. It seemed that he was also a little confused about the current situation. For eyes met. The girl's beautiful eyes showed panic. She opened her small mouth and was about to shout. Yang Kai's eyes were quick. He reached out and covered her mouth. The girl struggled, punching and kicking Yang Kai. Her eyes were full of fear, as if Yang Kai was a wicked person. "Don't shout. Don't move." Yang Kai frowned and shouted. He still did not understand what had happened, but the moment he came out, he knew that he was on an iron ship. There were many people on the ship. Although the strongest one was only the First Order Origin returning realm, which was nothing to be afraid of, Yang Kai did not want to cause trouble. He could only treat this girl roughly. The girl was unmoved and continued to struggle. Seeing that his attempts to persuade her were useless, Yang Kai suddenly grinned wickedly, his eyes flashing an evil light as he swept his eyes over the young girl's delicate figure, whispering in a low voice, "If you don't cooperate obediently, this king will kill you first, then kill everyone on this ship and throw them overboard to feed the fish." The girl's delicate body trembled, and a pleading look appeared in her beautiful eyes. She kept shaking her head and tears flowed out. She was obviously very uneasy. However, after being frightened, she became obedient and stopped struggling. Chapter 1631. That's more like it. Yang Kai smiled lightly, thinking for a moment before continuing. I'm not afraid to tell you that if this king wanted to, he could crush everyone on this ship to dust. The strongest old man on this ship is just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but this king is merciful and doesn't want to do so. I hope you can think about your family and friends. If you really annoy this king, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. The girl's beautiful eyes bulged as she nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai casually mentioning the realm of the strongest person on this ship made the girl realize that this young man might really be terrifying. Of course, she didn't dare to take her life or the lives of her clansmen as a joke. Yang Kai let go of her, and sure enough, the girl stopped shouting and just stared at him in fear, not saying a word. Good, don't be afraid. Although this king isn't a good person, he isn't an evil person either. As long as you are obedient, there will be benefits for you, Yang Kai comforted. The girl's courage was quite big. After experiencing the initial shock and fear, seeing Yang Kai's amiable look, she calmed down a lot, but she still didn't dare to speak at will and just stood there uneasily. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully scanned the surrounding environment, faintly guessing why he had appeared here. At that time, he had hidden the sealed world bead at the bottom of a river, but now it seemed that the sealed world bead had been inadvertently obtained by this girl. As for how she had obtained it, Yang Kai wasn't sure. The other party's cultivation was only a third-order transcendent, not even a saint yet. Her figure was slender, and she looked very delicate. Where is this place, and who are you? Yang Kai collected his thoughts, found a chair to sit down, and asked the girl. The girl gulped, suppressed the panic in her heart, and replied in a trembling voice, reporting to Senior, "This is Thorn Lake, and we are from the Wang family." Thorn Lake, Wang family. Yang Kai had never heard of it before and guessed it was a small family on this origin star. Now that he had come out of the sealed world bead, his first task was to find out if Luo Hai was still on Scarlet Wave Star. Although he felt that more than a year had passed and Luo Hai probably wouldn't come looking for him again, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Yang Kai didn't dare to act too ostentatiously, so he decided to force this young girl to speak, hoping to obtain some information from her. It was unlikely that this girl knew anything, but Luo Hai was still a second-order origin king, so his every move was likely to attract attention. What if this girl knew something? What's this star of light called? Yang Kai asked again. Scarlet Wave Star. The young girl looked at Yang Kai in amazement, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Scarlet Wave Star? Yang Kai frowned and immediately remembered that he had dealt with many cultivator of Scarlet Wave Star. Without even mentioning the people from Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley, the Su Dingyang he met in the Blood Prison seemed to be from Scarlet Wave Star. Before he died, Su Dingyang had asked Yang Kai to go to Blue Feather Sect and inform them of his death. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would stumble upon this star of light. Is there a Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley here? The young girl nodded. The girl nodded. Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are the two most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star, and both have origin kings. After answering Yang Kai's questions, the young girl's mood calmed down a lot and her courage grew significantly. She took the initiative to step forward and pour a glass of water for Yang Kai. She also saw that Yang Kai really didn't look like a bad person. There are origin kings. Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know much about these two sects, but judging from the strength of the people he had come into contact with, it was only natural for them to have a cultivator of this level. Is there a sect called Blue Feather Sect? Yang Kai asked again. The young girl's beautiful eyes brightened for a moment. Does Senior have any friendship with Blue Feather Sect? Not really, you just have to answer my question. The young girl's face changed slightly as she nodded quickly. Yes, our Wang clan is one of the clans under the Qingyu clan. Oh? Yang Kai raised his brow. Is that so? Junior wouldn't dare deceive you. The young girl bit her red lips. Then tell me, what is the name of Blue Feather Sect's sect master? Sect Master Su Ding Yang. Yang Kai gently nodded. He observed the young girl's expression carefully and found that she had no intention of deceiving him. After confirming that she wasn't lying, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before taking out a space ring and handing it to her. Senior, this is your Blue Feather Sect's sect master died in the blood prison. This is his space ring. I only met him once, but before he died, he asked me to report to Blue Feather Sect if I had the opportunity to visit Scarlet Wave Star. Now that I've met you, I'll leave this task to you. Take this space ring to Blue Feather Sect, and they will naturally confirm it. Sect Master died? The young girl was shocked. In her opinion, Blue Feather Sect's Sect Master's cultivation was unfathomable, a power she could never hope to obtain in her lifetime, but such a powerful master had actually died. The young girl couldn't help feeling dazed. Yang Kai gave her some time to digest this information before asking, "What is your name?" Junior's name is Wang Ying. Yang Kai nodded. Wang Ying, did anything major happen on Scarlet Wave Star recently? Was there a master who came here? Master or master? Wang Ying was at a loss and shook her head. This junior does not know. But if there is a major event, there really is one. Tell me about it. Immediately, Wang Ying told him the news that Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley were both looking for a certain person. Although Wang Ying did not know what this person looked like, she had heard that he was a young man between 20 and 30 years old. Yang Kai knew something was wrong when he heard this. Could it be me? And judging from the timing, it happened right after he arrived on Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai could understand why Brilliant Flame Sect was looking for him. After all, when he was in the blood prison, Yang Kai happened to hear that Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder had some friendship with Luo Hai. If Luo Hai was still on Scarlet Wave Star, he would definitely have asked Brilliant Flame Sect to help find him. But why was Ice Heart Valley also looking for him? Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley had interacted before, but that was in the Emperor Garden. He had no grievances with Ice Heart Valley, so why were they looking for him? The matter of the Emperor Artifact and the Origin Essence Crystal would never be leaked. Luo Hai's goal was to obtain these two things, so how could he allow others to meddle with them? Yang Kai thought about it for a while but could not figure out the reason. Senior. Wang Ying saw Yang Kai in a daze and could not help calling out. I'm very satisfied with your answer. This is for you. Kai Yang casually tossed out a package and placed it on the table. Then he stood up and with a slight sway, he disappeared from the room. Wang Ying did not see how he disappeared at all. Standing in the same place for a while, Wang Ying gasped for breath, and a feeling of surviving a disaster filled her heart. She slowly stepped forward, walked over to the table, opened the package, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Inside the package were at least 20 exquisite jade bottles, all of which contained some miraculous elixirs. No one noticed Yang Kai leaving the iron ship. After leaving the ship, Yang Kai randomly picked a direction and flew forward. Scarlet Wave Star was not safe, and Luo Hai had actually used someone else's help to find him. Yang Kai wanted to leave this place quickly, otherwise, once Luo Hai discovered his whereabouts, it would be troublesome. Now that his control of the Tao of Space had improved, although he was not worried about dying at Luo Hai's hands, being chased by such a master was not a pleasant thing. How to leave this place safely was the biggest problem. The divine sense of an Origin King Realm Master was astonishing, and who knew if Luo Hai and Brilliant Flame Sect were paying attention to the movements of the cultivator who left Scarlet Wave Star. If he was discovered, it would be no different from throwing himself into a trap. It would be safer to remain on Scarlet Wave Star. With a dignified expression, Yang Kai let his imagination run wild. This was the first time he was being chased by an Origin King Realm Master, and one who was a Star Master at that. The pressure was truly like a mountain. Scarlet Wave Star was currently in a turbulent situation. Although Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley had always been at odds with each other, and there was often friction between them, there had never been a time when they were at odds with each other like this. The sects and families affiliated with the two great forces had all been mobilized. Battles could be seen almost everywhere on Scarlet Wave Star, and every day, a cultivator would die. As Yang Kai flew, he witnessed countless large and small battles. Small ones involved two people fighting one-on-one, while large ones involved hundreds or thousands of people fighting. The scene was extremely lively. One day, as Yang Kai was flying high up in the sky, he heard shouts coming from below. Yang Kai looked down and found that at least 600 people had gathered below, divided into two camps, and were currently engaged in a fierce battle. Needless to say, this was a conflict between Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley. Both sides had lost a cultivator, and their blood had dyed the earth red. The brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and flew past directly. Flying a few dozen kilometers forward, Yang Kai could still sense the fluctuations of a battle coming from below. However, this time, the battle was between three people and seemed to have been separated from the larger battlefield. Two men were besieging a woman, their cultivations not high. The woman was a second-order Saint King, and so were the two men. With the same realm, they had the advantage in numbers. The woman tried to escape, but was unable to break free from the pincer attack of the two men. The two men seemed to be quite afraid of the woman's methods and did not dare to force her, instead choosing to engage in a skirmish with the intention of exhausting her Saint Chi. The woman was wearing white robes and exuded an icy aura, while the two men were fire attribute cultivators. Their bodies seemed to be surrounded by raging flames, easily dispelling the woman's frigid aura. While attacking her from both sides, they also spoke rudely to disturb her concentration. Due to their fire attributes, the woman was in an extremely difficult situation. As Yang Kai flew past, he frowned and glanced down. The woman's side appeared in Yang Kai's line of sight, and Yang Kai, who was flying quickly, suddenly came to a stop. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the woman, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. The woman's body was light and graceful, her hair fluttering in the wind as she occasionally presented herself in front of Yang Kai. "It's her." Yang Kai's body trembled as an astonishing brilliance flashed across his eyes. He had never expected to meet this woman on Scarlet Wave Star. Chapter 1632. Madam, this Lu advises you to surrender obediently so you can suffer less. This Lu is also a man of character and does not wish to embarrass a woman. On the battlefield below, one of the older men shouted as he attacked, seemingly trying to persuade the woman to give up resisting. The other man, who looked slightly younger, coldly snorted and said, "Brother Lu, why bother talking nonsense with her? This woman's figure is quite good. Just wait until my brother and I capture her alive. We'll enjoy her and then harvest her essence chi, making her beg for death." Although Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivator cultivated the fire attribute, they had a secret technique that allowed them to use Ice Heart Valley's Ice attribute Saint Chi to improve their cultivation in a very short time. The two sects had been opposing each other for countless years, and many of Ice Heart Valley's women had mysteriously disappeared, most of them being taken captive by Brilliant Flame Sect. The fate of these women could be imagined. Although this secret technique was somewhat dangerous to Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivators, many of them did not fear it and instead flocked to it, taking pride in humiliating and plundering Ice Heart Valley's women. Brilliant Flame Sect's elders also never paid them any heed. The sight of these two Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators playing the role of bad cop greatly shook the woman's heart. Despicable. Shameless. The woman grit her teeth and shouted as she pushed her Saint Chi and summoned countless jade-like birds made of ice attribute energy. These birds cried out as they shot out in all directions, attempting to interfere with the vision of the two men. "Wanna run?" The younger Brilliant Flame Zone wore a fierce look as his fire attribute, Saint Chi, surged, making him look like a burning fireball as he charged towards the incoming birds without hesitation. The ice melted and the flames soared. The young man surnamed Lu took advantage of this situation and threw a punch through the gaps between these birds. A huge flame tiger phantom suddenly appeared and let out a roar that shook the heavens as it opened its bloody maw and pounced towards the woman. The woman was caught in a pincer attack, and although she tried her best to resolve the crisis, her shoulder was still grazed by the flame tiger, leaving a half-meter long wound from which blood gushed out. Her figure staggered, But by the time she stabilized herself, the two brilliant flame sect masters had already arrived in front of her. The woman revealed an expression of despair, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be suffused with a wisp of yearning for life. However, this trace of yearning was quickly shattered, and then it transformed into the will to seek death. She knew that if she really fell into the hands of brilliant flame sect, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Therefore, when the women of Iceheart Valley went out, the elders would often tell them to commit suicide rather than be captured. Every female disciple of Iceheart Valley remembered these words. Not good, this servant wants to die. The younger brilliant flame sect master was shocked. He had fought many people from Iceheart Valley before and had seen this scene before him, so he naturally knew what the other party wanted to do. It's not that easy to die. The man surnamed Lu smiled slyly and stretched out his hand. A rope-like artifact suddenly shot out and tied up the woman as if it had a mind of its own. Then, he pulled the rope back, and the woman was immediately tied up tightly. The fluctuating Saint Chi fluctuations suddenly subsided, and the woman stood in place, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. Ha! This Lu's origin binding rope was specially made by an artifact refining grandmaster for your Iceheart Valley. Now that you've been tied up by this origin binding rope, don't even think about detonating your Saint Chi. Seeing that he had succeeded, the man surnamed Lu didn't bother to disguise himself as he stared at the woman with an evil expression on his face. Kill me. The woman struggled, but no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to circulate her Saint Chi. The rope-like artifact binding her seemed to have the power to restrain her Saint Chi. The other party was not wrong. This artifact was indeed specially made for Iceheart Valley, and now that she was tied up, she couldn't circulate her Saint Chi at all. How could I be willing to kill you? The man surnamed Lu smiled wickedly. It's not easy to capture someone from Iceheart Valley alive, and you're so beautiful, this Lu can't wait to see you die. The woman's face went pale as she could almost foresee how miserable her fate would be in the future. You want to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Aren't you dreaming? The younger man coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and sent a strand of Saint Chi into the woman's body, causing her to suddenly stiffen in place, unable to even speak. Let's leave here first. The man surnamed Lu glanced over at the big battlefield a few dozen kilometers away, not intending to help. For him, capturing an enemy alive was more than enough. Junior brother will go with you. The other man grinned meaningfully. Naturally, junior brother will be there as well. The man surnamed Lu understood and stepped forward to pick up the subdued woman. But he had only taken 3 steps when his vision blurred and a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, standing between him and the woman. The man surnamed Lu was startled and instinctively leapt back a few dozen meters before vigilantly staring at the newcomer and shouting, "Who is this friend?" The other party didn't speak and simply stared at him coldly. The bone-chilling coldness in the other party's eyes was almost tangible, causing the man who cultivated the fire attribute to feel a chill run down his spine. Brother. The younger cultivator also realized that something was wrong. The young man who had suddenly appeared was staring at them with an unfriendly face and murderous intent in his eyes. Obviously, he wasn't one of them. The man surnamed Lu frowned before his eyes suddenly lit up and he exclaimed, "It's you." He obviously recognized the identity of this person. As soon as he said this, he didn't hesitate to use his movement skill to escape into the distance. The other cultivator was stunned for a moment and didn't dare to stay in place any longer, also transforming into a streak of fire as he tried to escape. The newcomer had ill intentions and was an origin returning realm cultivator. They were no match for him at all. Although they were reluctant to part with the woman they were about to capture, compared to her, their own lives were more important. Moreover, both of them had recognized that this person was the one they had been looking for. Now, the most important task was to quickly report what they had discovered here. How could they have the time to worry about anything else? The two cultivators moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already crossed a few thousand meters. The young man didn't seem to care, and it wasn't until their figures were about to disappear from sight that he stretched out his hand and flicked his finger twice. There seemed to be a sharp sound of something tearing through the air. Far away, 2 screams rang out as the 2 fleeing brilliant flame sect cultivators came to a stop, as if struck by lightning, and fell to the ground. The woman who was subdued was stunned as her beautiful eyes stared at the back of the man in front of her. For a moment, she felt that this man's back was as broad as a river and as majestic as a mountain, filling her heart with gratitude. She hadn't expected that a master would come to help her at such a critical moment. There were no men in Iceheart Valley, so she didn't know if this person in front of her was from one of the sects affiliated with Iceheart Valley. She wanted to open her mouth and thank him, but with her mouth sealed by Brilliant Flame Sect, she couldn't speak a single word. But why does this person's back look so familiar? Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? The woman was puzzled. After killing the two Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators, the murderous intent from the young man in front of her quickly dissipated, and he turned around to look at the woman with a complicated gaze. When their four eyes met, the woman froze in place as if she had been petrified by some kind of secret technique. Staring at the face of the man who had suddenly appeared and saved her, her beautiful eyes trembled violently. She could hardly believe her eyes. Yongkai sighed, "Senior Qingya, it's been many years since we last met." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and cut off the rope artifact binding her. Without the shackles of this artifact, Qingya only needed to circulate her Saint Qi to break the seal in her body, but she still stared at the man in front of her in shock, unable to say a word. She had never expected that the one who came to save her would be Yang Kai. This Yang Kai who had not shown his face in the past year, but had stirred up a storm on Scarlet Wave Star. However, she couldn't see through his current strength, which meant that his cultivation was at least a great realm higher than hers. Only such a huge gap would make it impossible for her to see through his true cultivation. How did he grow so fast? Qingya thought that Su Yan's growth was already terrifying enough. After all, they had left Tongxian realm together. At that time, Su Yan's cultivation was not as high as hers, but after entering Tongxian territory, Su Yan had caught up with her and reached the First Order Origin returning realm at an astonishing speed. Yang Kai's cultivation seemed to be even higher than Su Yan's. Where had he been all these years? How had he come here? Qingya's thoughts were in chaos. After a long time, she gradually recovered and said with uncertainty, "Yang Kai? Is it really you?" "It's me," Yang Kai nodded gently. He had not expected that he would actually meet the former Ice Master, Qingya, on Scarlet Wave Star. The moment he saw the other party, Yang Kai almost thought he was dreaming. Qingya and Su Yin were together. If Qingya was here, then where was Su Yin? Was she also here? Yang Kai's heart was in turmoil, and he could hardly suppress the expectations deep in his heart. "Senior Qingya, Su Yin, she?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked, his voice hoarse, fearing he would hear a disappointing answer. "Su Yin is fine, you don't have to worry." Qingya's answer made Yang Kai feel like a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. More than 30 years had passed since they parted. This kind of parting was different from the parting of Xianing Chong. Although Yang Kai had not seen Xianing Chong for many years, he knew that she was in Tongxian realm, waiting for him there. Su Yin was different. After so many years, Yang Kai did not know where she was, how she was doing, or whether she was safe. This kind of worry was far more torturous than longing. Qingya's words made him smile. His smile was filled with relief. "Are you really together?" Yang Kai asked again. "Where is she now?" "She's not here now. She's in Iceheart Valley." "Iceheart Valley? You joined Iceheart Valley?" Yang Kai was stunned. Chapter 1633. Su Yin and Qingya had actually joined Iceheart Valley. The world was truly unpredictable. A few years ago, during his trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had dealt with the people of Iceheart Valley, and after accidentally coming to Scarlet Wave Star, he learned that Iceheart Valley was quite powerful. However, he had never expected that Su Yin and Qingya would actually join Iceheart Valley. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to look for them long ago. However, Iceheart Valley only accepted women and was famous for its ice attribute and secret techniques, so it was indeed very suitable for Su Yin and Qingya. After all, Ice Sect and Iceheart Valley had the same philosophy. Su Yin misses you very much, but she can't return to Tongxian realm. She always told me that when she has the ability to travel through Tongxian territory alone, she will definitely come back to find you. Qingya looked at Yang Kai, thinking that he had been staying on Tongxian realm all these years. I know. I've also been looking for her all these years. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but just as he was about to ask Qinya about Su Yan's situation, he suddenly frowned and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave here first." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wrapped Qinya in his Saint Chi before quickly taking her away. After a dozen breaths, a group of 7 or 8 cultivators arrived. After looking around for a while, the leader of this group asked suspiciously, "There were people here just now. How did they suddenly disappear?" "Maybe they sensed our auras and ran away," someone guessed. Let's not worry about that for now. Our top priority is to support our sect." The leader waved his hand and led the others towards the battlefield. A few tens of thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield, in a small city, Yang Kai and Qinya found an inn and booked a room. Inside the room, Yang Kai carefully asked about Su Yan's situation over the years. After learning that she was doing well, that not only had she entered Ice Heart Valley, but she had also worshipped Ice Heart Valley's great elder Ran Yun Ting as her master, Yang Kai was completely relieved. Ice Heart Valley had many Origin King Realm Masters, so it was not a small force, and Great Elder Ran Yun Ting's cultivation was definitely not low. Being able to become her master was Su Yan's blessing. Yang Kai was vaguely grateful to this Ran Yun Ting. If not for her careful guidance, Su Yan would not have been able to grow to the level of a first-order Origin returning realm in such a short time. Xianing Chong had refined the star's source of Tongxian realm to achieve this, but Su Yan was able to stand on equal footing with Xianing Chong. It was obvious how outstanding Su Yan's aptitude was. Qinya even told him that Su Yan was already preparing to break through to the second order. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. As for why he was able to join Ice Heart Valley, it was mostly due to luck. According to Qinya, after they separated from Qinyu, they won a Green Mountain Star through the Void Corridor. She, Su Yan, and Qian Hao had worked hard on Green Mountain Star for a period of time, but at that time, their cultivations were extremely low, only third or third order saints, so they couldn't earn enough saint crystals or spirit pills to meet their own needs. Until he met Ran Yun Ting. At that time, Ran Yun Ting had gone to Green Mountain Star for some reason, but after seeing Su Yan, she was overjoyed and immediately expressed her desire to bring her back to Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. How could the three of them refuse such a good thing? After carefully inquiring about Ice Heart Valley's reputation, Su Yan and Qingya decided to join it. As for Qian Hao, because he was a man, he couldn't join. However, Ran Yun Ting also arranged for Qian Hao to enter a sect affiliated with Ice Heart Valley. Now, he was also a second-order Saint King. After listening to Qingya's story, Yang Kai's expression became strange. "So you really won a Green Mountain Star," he smiled bitterly. Qinyu had stayed on Green Mountain Star for so long, but she had never been able to inquire about Su Yan and the others. It turned out she had arrived too late. If she had gone 20 or 30 years earlier, she might have met them, but by the time Qinyu won a Green Mountain Star, Su Yan and the others had already gone a Scarlet Wave Star. "Oh, right. Qinyu missed you very much." "You met Qinyu? Is she okay?" Qingya asked in surprise. After they separated that year, she didn't know how Qinyu was doing and had been worried about her all these years. Now hearing Yang Kai say this, Qingya was overjoyed. "Whether she's okay or not, you can ask her yourself," Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Ask her myself?" Qingya frowned slightly, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his divine sense to communicate with the sealed world bead to find traces of Qinyu. After confirming that she was not in retreat, he reached out and released her from the sealed world bead. "What's the matter?" Qinyu appeared with a confused look on her face. "Look who this is." Yang Kai pointed behind her and said with a smile. Qinyu turned around and her beautiful eyes widened in an instant, tears filling them as she called out in a trembling voice, "Sect Master." Qinyu. Qingyu was also extremely excited. Although the Starry Sky territory was wonderful, it could never erase their longing for their old friends. Back on Tongxian Realm, in Ice Sect, Qingya and Elder Qianyu's relationship was extremely good, almost like sisters. Now that they had parted several dozen years ago, seeing each other again, they couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Both of their eyes were a little red. After greeting each other and confirming that the other had been safe and sound all these years, and that their cultivations had increased greatly, both were overjoyed. Yang Kai, you actually found Sect Master. Qin Yu looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Since meeting Yang Kai on Shadowed Star, Qin Yu had made it her goal to find Qing Ya and the others. This had almost become a sore point in her heart. Yang Kai had fulfilled her wish today. What about Su Yin? What about my brother? Are they okay? Qin Yu asked anxiously. Su Yin is fine. Your brother Qin Hao is also doing well. He's in a sect called the Illusion God Sect. You don't need to worry, Qin Yu comforted. That's good, that's good. Qin Yu's cheeks were wet as tears of joy flowed down her cheeks, but her face was full of smiles. Come, tell me about your situation over the years. I just told Yang Kai about us. Qin Yu took Qin Yu's hand, sat down and asked. Qin Yu answered truthfully. Learning that she had almost been reduced to a brothel girl, Qing Yu's cold face was covered with a layer of frost as she shot a grateful glance towards Yang Kai. Learning that Yang Kai had almost unified an entire star now, Qing Yu was shocked to the extreme. Even if there was no origin king on that star, it was definitely not a simple matter to unify it. Not only did it require an overwhelming advantage, but it also required a great deal of charisma. Time passed slowly, and the two women reunited after a long separation, seemingly having endless things to say. Yang Kai did not disturb them and simply sat quietly, listening attentively. It was not until evening that Qing Yu seemed to recover and glanced at Yang Kai embarrassedly. We seem to have talked too much. Senior Qing Yu is too serious. I can understand. If he were to reunite with Su Yin, he would likely do the same. Your cultivation is now far higher than mine, so there's no need to call me senior, Qing Yu smiled. Moreover, you are now the master of a sect. Whether it is status or identity, it is not something I can compare to. If I continue to call you senior, I'm afraid I will be too ashamed to show my face. Senior is senior. Yang Kai shook his head. He never felt that just because his strength had increased, he could despise his seniors. If you don't mind, you can call me elder sister, Qing Yu smiled. Su Yin and I are now senior sister from the same sect. This is star territory, no longer Tong Xian realm. There is no need to dwell on the past. We should all look forward. Yang Kai nodded and said, Then I will follow Su Yin and call you senior sister. That's good, Qing Yu nodded. Qing Yu nodded. Thinking of Su Yin, she smiled knowingly. Su Yin should have heard about you by now. Although she lives on the inner island and is in retreat all year round, not having any contact with outsiders, I left her a letter before I left. She comes to visit me once a month, so when she sees that letter, she will definitely know you have arrived on Scarlet Wave Star. Can I enter Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai asked expectantly. Do you want to go? Qing Yu frowned. Although Ice Heart Valley has treated me and Su Yin well, this time, Ice Heart Valley has mobilized in order to find you. I don't know the specific reason, but if you take the initiative to appear in Ice Heart Valley, who knows what will happen? Can Su Yin leave Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai asked again. Qing Yu shook her head. Great Elder has high expectations for Su Yin, and now that Su Yin is preparing to break through to the Second Order, the battles between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect are becoming more and more frequent. It is impossible for Great Elder to let Su Yin leave at this time. Then I want to go, Yang Kai quickly said. You. Qing Yu opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to persuade him, but when she saw the firm look on his face, she knew that it would be useless no matter what she said, so she just sighed. Let me think about it. Yang Kai nodded and did not disturb her. After a long time, Qing Yu sighed and looked up at Yang Kai. If you want to enter Ice Heart Valley, you will have to expose your identity and let Ice Heart Valley's people take the initiative to welcome you. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter. Ice Heart Valley has never allowed men to set foot here. There has been no exception for the past 10,000 years. As long as I expose my identity, will they take the initiative to welcome me? Yang Kai raised his brow. I'm not sure, because I don't know why Ice Heart Valley is looking for you, but this time's movement is quite big. If Great Elder and Sect Master attach enough importance to you, it is possible. Then I'll expose myself. Yang Kai grinned. I'll have to trouble Senior Sister Qing Yu with this matter. There's no need to trouble yourself. I just need to report this matter to the sex elders, and they will definitely come to take you away. Chinya said seriously, but have you thought about it? If you really enter Ice Heart Valley, no one can predict what will happen. It's fine. I just want to see Su Yin. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Good. Since you've decided, I'll contact them. Chinya nodded, took out a communication artifact from her space ring, and poured her divine sense into it. A moment later, a clear divine sense fluctuation came from the communication artifact. After a while, Chinya put away the communication artifact, looked up at Yang Kai, and said, 13th Elder is nearby. She will personally take you to Ice Heart Valley. Chapter 1634. Inside the inn's wing, a beautiful woman in palace robes looked at Yang Kai coldly and nodded. Yes, it's him. Chinya, you have made a great contribution this time. This elder will report this to the Valley Master and the Elder Council, so you will be rewarded. 2 hours after Chinya sent the message, the 13th Elder of Ice Heart Valley rushed to the city and met with Yang Kai in the inn. She had led the valley in search of Yang Kai for a year, so she naturally knew what he looked like. Now that she had found him so easily, she was very happy. Many thanks, Elder. Chinya did not show much joy and instead asked with some worry, Elder, may I ask why we are looking for him? The 13th Elder turned her head and glanced at Chinya, a cold light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she asked coldly, Do you care about him? Chinya's expression remained unchanged as she said, He saved my life from brilliant flame sect and can be considered my savior. So, the 13th Elder gently nodded, her doubts disappearing as she slowly said, We naturally have a reason for looking for him. You don't need to ask about it. Since he is your savior, this elder can tell you that Ice Heart Valley will not harm him. You can rest assured. Hearing this, Chinya breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked her. The 13th Elder then turned to look at Yang Kai, observed him carefully for a while, and nodded, Your strength is not bad. What is your name? Yang Kai. You're not from Scarlet Wave Star, are you? The 13th Elder seemed to be a little wary of Yang Kai. No, I'm from Green Mountain Star. Green Mountain Star. The 13th Elder's beautiful eyes narrowed as she vaguely guessed, but she was not certain, simply asking, Since you know that Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are looking for you, why did you take the initiative to go to Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai smiled lightly. I have some grievances with Brilliant Flame Sect and have killed several of their people. Now that I want to seek shelter, naturally I can only choose Ice Heart Valley. After saying so, Yang Kai asked meaningfully, Does Elder suspect I have some impure motives? One must always be on guard against others. The 13th Elder did not deny it, however. Your choice is correct. Now, only Ice Heart Valley can shelter you. You can wait here for a day while I make some arrangements. After a day, this elder will personally take you back to Ice Heart Valley. Many thanks. Kai Yang suppressed his emotions and cupped his hands in thanks. Yang Kai. He was finally going to see Su Yin. Yang Kai's heart filled with excitement he could hardly suppress. Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang, and the heavens and earth. Inside the inn, Kai Yang anxiously waited. Yang Kai, he is Yang, Yang, Yang. That night, the cultivators from the sects and families affiliated with Ice Heart Valley took the initiative to attack Brilliant Flame Sect, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Countless large and small battles broke out, attracting almost everyone's attention. Before dawn, the 13th Elder came to the inn again, called out to Yang Kai, and quickly led him and Chinya out of the city they were hiding in. 30 kilometers away from the city, there was a group of about a dozen women waiting quietly. After seeing the arrival of the 13th Elder, they all cupped their fists and bowed. Let's go. The 13th Elder did not speak any nonsense, simply waving her hand and leading the way. The dozen women spread out and surrounded Yang Kai in the middle before following closely behind the 13th Elder, heading towards Pure Ice Island. Smelling the various fragrances that lingered around him, Yang Kai really experienced what it meant to be surrounded by beauties. Regardless of the cultivation of these dozen or so women from Ice Heart Valley, all of them had outstanding looks, graceful figures, and different temperaments, each with their own unique characteristics. As they hurried along, These women glanced over at Yang Kai from time to time with strange looks on their faces. They had been running around outside for a year just for Yang Kai. So now that they saw him in the flesh, they would naturally pay more attention to him. They were all very curious about what was so special about this man that two of Scarlet Wave Star's top sects would go to great lengths to find him. For this man, many of their fellow disciples had died tragically, and many more had gone missing. Yang Kai felt a clear sense of hostility towards him. At least half of the dozen or so women who were responsible for protecting him were hostile towards him. Yang Kai was baffled. If it weren't for the 13th Elder, Yang Kai estimated that these women might have joined forces to beat him up first. Senior Sister Qingya, they don't seem to like me. Yang Kai quietly sent a message to Qingya. Qingya smiled bitterly. As a member of Ice Heart Valley who had participated in this operation, she naturally knew the reason, but she couldn't explain it clearly, so she could only say, "It's normal. Our Ice Heart Valley's disciples generally hate men." Yang Kai nodded, not suspecting anything. The team continued to move forward at an extremely fast pace. 3 days later, the group of more than a dozen people passed through a mountain valley. Suddenly, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked down. 13th Elder, who was leading the team, also seemed to notice something and shouted, "Enemy attack!" As soon as her voice fell, a violent energy fluctuation came from below. This energy fluctuation was extremely overbearing and scorching hot as a series of fire dragons suddenly flew out from the mountain valley below, baring their fangs as they rushed towards the group from Ice Heart Valley. There were 7 or 8 of these fire dragons, each of which contained a terrifying amount of destructive power. The enemy's timing was also perfect. Even with 13th Elder's warning, the women from Ice Heart Valley were unable to react in time. Just as they were about to release their Saint Chi to protect themselves, the 7 or 8 fire dragons had already rushed into their midst. Screams rang out as 2 of the weaker women were swallowed up by the fire dragons and died in an instant. Everyone else was also quite distressed and hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai shielded Qingya and dodged to the side, squinting his eyes as he looked down. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared in the mountain valley below. These people were not as numerous as Ice Heart Valley's group, but each of them was an origin-returning realm master. The auras of the 2 leading them were even comparable to 13th Elder's. 13th Elder narrowed her eyes as her expression became extremely ugly. She had not expected that even though she had acted so stealthily, she would still make a mistake. She immediately ruled out the possibility of internal strife. This time, the dozen or so women who were escorting Yang Kai were all carefully selected by her, ensuring that each of them was loyal to Ice Heart Valley. On top of that, each of them had a blood feud with Brilliant Flame Sect, so it was absolutely impossible for them to do something that would hurt their loved ones and delight their enemies. Was it a coincidence? 13th Elder's thoughts raced as she quietly glanced towards Yang Kai, only to find that he was unscathed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "You Xueqing, you didn't expect this old master to be waiting for you here, did you?" A burst of laughter came from below as a middle-aged man with fair skin spoke. His pair of narrow eyes flashed a strange light as he stared at 13th Elder's graceful body. "Yin Chi Lei." Yu Xueqing grit her teeth and shouted. The other party's sneak attack had caused Ice Heart Valley to lose 2 people, causing Yu Xueqing's murderous intent to surge. "It is this old master." The middle-aged man took a step forward. "I knew you were plotting something a few days ago. Why are you acting so sneakily?" "Elder Yin, why bother talking nonsense with her? Why don't you just take action?" A short old man next to Yin Chi Lei coldly snorted. Yu Xueqing looked at the old man and her beautiful eyes shrank. "Jiang Shi. Hehe, I didn't expect that even 13th Elder of Ice Heart Valley would have heard of this old master's name. This old master is honored." The short old man smiled triumphantly. Yu Xueqing's face became even uglier as she quietly winked at the women from Ice Heart Valley and asked in a deep voice, "Jiang Shi, my Ice Heart Valley has no grievance or grudge with you. Why do you want to involve yourself in this mess?" "No grievance or grudge." Jiang Shi coldly snorted. Is 13th Elder lying through her teeth? This Jiang has not forgotten the humiliation he suffered 20 years ago. If you want to talk about grudges, you should ask your Ice Heart Valley's 5th Elder. Is that true? Yu Xueqing was surprised. She thought that it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. No wonder Jiangshi had been defeated by brilliant flame sect's Yin Qi Lei. This was going to be troublesome. Facing Yin Qi Lei alone, Yu Xueqing wasn't afraid, but Jiangshi was even more difficult to deal with than Yin Qi Lei. With his poisoned secret art, it was impossible to guard against him. The people following her were definitely not his opponent, not to mention there were more than two of them. The rumor is true. Qingya looked at the short, ugly old man with a strange expression and muttered to herself. She had obviously heard some rumors. What's true? Yang Kai asked curiously. I heard that 20 years ago, this man wanted to marry my Ice Heart Valley's fifth elder, but was refused by her. Not only that, fifth elder even seriously injured him, but we all thought it was just a rumor. Never did we expect it to actually happen. Him? Yang Kai's brow twitched. Looking at Jiangshi seriously, Yang Kai found that no matter how he looked at him, he couldn't find anything special about him. Not only was he short, but he was also ugly. He had a big nose, big eyes, thick lips that looked like two sausages hanging from his mouth. His skin was dark yellow, his neck was thick and big, and his limbs were short and small. Yang Kai didn't know what Ice Heart Valley's fifth elder looked like, but judging from the quality of the women protecting him, Yang Kai was certain she wasn't bad. This Jiangshi actually coveted their fifth elder. Kai Yang couldn't help but think of a saying. A toad lusting after swan meat. Although the situation was extremely serious, Qingya still couldn't hold back her laughter. Jiangshi's hearing was naturally not bad, so as soon as Yang Kai's words came out, he immediately turned his head and looked towards Yang Kai's position, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he coldly snorted, "Boy, what did you just say?" Jiangshi's mental state was extremely twisted, so he couldn't bear to hear others speak ill of him. Yang Kai had undoubtedly poked his reverse scale. Yin Qi Lei also glanced towards Yang Kai's position and suddenly showed a look of surprise, shouting, "It's you." At this moment, he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 1635. Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. The key figure that brilliant flame sect had been searching for over a year had actually been discovered by him by accident. Yin Qi Lei was overjoyed. At this moment, he finally understood why Yu Xueqing had mobilized her forces to attack brilliant flame sect a few days ago in order to divert their attention. It was obvious that they were trying to make a covert move. Moreover, judging from the direction this group of people was heading, they were indeed heading back to Pure Ice Island. So that's how it is. Yin Qi Lei nodded lightly before turning to look at Yu Xueqing. So your purpose was this, but unfortunately, since this Yin has encountered you, you are doomed to fail. Yu Xueqing cursed in her heart and could not help glaring at Yang Kai, blaming him for talking too much and causing trouble for himself. At the same time, she shouted in a low voice, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and leave. No matter what, we must send this little brat to Pure Ice Island." As soon as these words fell, Yu Xueqing pushed her Saint Qi fiercely, causing a cold aura visible to the naked eye to spread out from her position. This cold aura almost froze the world, and a thick layer of ice immediately appeared on the ground. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk icicles suddenly appeared behind Yu Xueqing, each one sharp and flashing a cold light. Waving her hand, Yu Xueqing sent out countless icicles towards the people from Brilliant Flame sect like a swarm of locusts. I've long heard of 13th Elder's name. This Yin will accompany you to play. I hope you won't let me down. Yin Qi Lei shouted, not showing any fear in the face of these countless icicles as he sent out a punch. With a burst of sound, a scorching hot aura sputtered out as a giant fist of flames met the icicles head-on. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk countless icicles shattered and the giant flaming fist gradually diminished, eventually disappearing without a trace. Brother Jiang, whether the others live or die is up to you, but that little brat must be captured alive. After Yin Qi Lei shattered Yu Xueqing's attack with a single move, he quickly approached Yu Xueqing while exhorting. Hehehe, with your words, this old master can rest assured. Jiangshi grinned maliciously as he activated his poison art. In an instant, the surrounding 10-kilometer area was enveloped by a 5-colored poisonous fog, like a giant inverted bowl, and an unpleasant smell filled the air. All the women from Ice Heart Valley who smelled this aura felt a little dizzy as their Saint Chi became difficult to circulate. Not good. It's Jiangxi's annihilation poison mist. Someone from Ice Heart Valley shouted in horror. No matter what, send this brat out first. Another person followed Yu Xueqing's instructions and reminded everyone. The women from Ice Heart Valley suddenly recovered. For more than a year, at least 1,000 of their fellow disciples had died tragically outside in order to find Yang Kai. Now that they had finally found his whereabouts, if he was kidnapped here, then the 1,000 of their fellow disciples would have died in vain. Come with us. A young woman shouted at Yang Kai. Yu Xueqing was entangled by Yin Qile, so she was the leader of the group. You won't be able to escape, right? Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. That old dog is stronger than all of you, and this poison mist seems to be quite powerful. If you really try to escape, you'll be played to death. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Just go. The young woman grit her teeth and shouted, This person is very strong. We can't resist him at all. Strong? How strong? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. The peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. On Scarlet Wave Star, he is one of the most promising candidates to break through to the Origin King realm. Only the top 5 elders of Ice Heart Valley can compete with him. Don't act recklessly. Sure enough, he's very strong. Yang Kai nodded lightly. You. The young woman's stomach was filled with annoyance. She was very dissatisfied with Kai Yang's indifferent attitude. She had already spoken so seriously, but the opposite party didn't seem to care at all. Wasn't this just dragging them down with him? We missed the best opportunity. A woman next to her said sadly. Hearing this, the young woman sighed. If they had taken action the moment 13th Elder warned them, they might have been able to escape. But with Yang Kai dilly-dallying, what chance did they have of survival? Jiangxi hated Ice Heart Valley and was extremely strong. His poisoned secret art was even more mysterious and difficult to defend against. Her senior sister and junior sister's fates were not optimistic. Considering all this, the young woman glared fiercely at Yang Kai and grit her teeth. If we die, it will all be because of you. Once we reach the underworld, I won't let you off. Why make it sound so serious? Yang Kai still didn't care. Just kill him. The young woman was stunned, and all the other women from Ice Heart Valley stared at Yang Kai like he was an idiot, thinking that men really were stupid creatures. Didn't he know the gap in strength between him and Jiangxi? He actually dared to boast so shamelessly. While everyone was delayed, Jiangxi's 5-colored poison mist had already filled the air around his body, making it impossible to see his figure. Only his creepy laughter could be heard coming from inside the mist. Follow this old master, but remember, don't kill a single one of them. These maidservants of Ice Heart Valley belong to this old master, so this old master will teach them not to judge a book by its cover. Jiangxi shouted darkly. The several cultivator from Brilliant Flame sect rolled their eyes, but since their strength was inferior, they could only nod and cooperate. Following behind Jiangxi, their fire attribute Saint Chi surged as they rushed towards Ice Heart Valley's group. They're coming. We have more people than them, so try to defend first. Be especially careful of Jiangxi's poison mist. The young woman leading the group shouted, and the 10 or so Ice Heart Valley women began pushing their Saint Chi to the extreme. She glanced over at Yang Kai again and ordered, Hide behind. Hey, what are you doing? As she spoke, she saw Yang Kai actually take a step forward and rush straight towards Jiangxi and the others, as if he didn't know the meaning of death. Come back quickly, the young woman shouted in fright. On the other side, Yu Xueqing, who was fighting evenly with Yin Qile, noticed the abnormality and turned her head to look, her beautiful face also paling. Because of this slight distraction, Yin Qile had taken the upper hand in their originally evenly matched situation, forcing Yu Xueqing to desperately defend while cursing Yang Kai in her heart for acting so recklessly. She knew that this was the end. Not only would she not be able to bring Yang Kai back to Ice Heart Valley, but the dozen or so others would also die. As for herself, her chances of escaping were less than 30%. For a time, Yu Xueqing was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. This little brat is interesting. Elder Yin said not to kill him, so we can only capture him alive. How troublesome. Jiangshi looked at Yang Kai, who was quickly approaching him, and waved his hand, separating a wisp of poison mist from his body and shooting straight towards Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, this wisp of poison mist arrived in front of Yang Kai and twisted like a rope, wrapping around Yang Kai, obviously trying to capture him alive. This is bad. The young woman's heart sank as she couldn't bear to watch what was about to happen, her heart filled with both hatred and anxiety. If it weren't for Yang Kai's hasty actions, they would have at least had some hope of completing this mission. Even if they had to sacrifice some people, it would have been worth it. But now, it was all over. The poison mist seemed to have a mind of its own as it wrapped around Yang Kai's body. This boy is useful to your brilliant flame sect, so I'll leave him to you, Jiangshi ordered, not even sparing Yang Kai a glance as he flew past him, heading straight for the young woman and the others not far away. The brilliant flame sect disciples exchanged glances before one of them rushed towards Yang Kai, while the others continued to follow behind Jiangshi. The group of 7 or 8 people brushed past Yang Kai. Golden light flashed, blood spattered, and broken limbs flew. Several people's vitality was instantly extinguished. Mangled corpses and minced meat fell down like rain. The scene was extremely bloody. Perceiving the energy fluctuations behind him, Jiangshi frowned and turned around suspiciously. In the next moment, his eyes bulged as he quickly turned around and stared at Yang Kai solemnly, a look of disbelief filling his eyes. The poisonous smoke he had used to bind this little brat had at some unknown time dissipated, and the brilliant flame sect cultivators who had been following him had all died. There was no sound of battle, no screams before death. It was as if there was only a momentary burst of energy and 6 or 7 origin returning realm cultivators had inexplicably died. Jiangshi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he felt a chill run down his spine. What happened? On the side of Ice Heart Valley, the group of women were also stunned, the young woman leading them trembling slightly as a dazed look appeared on her face, as if she was in a dream. Qing Ya's beautiful eyes filled with splendor as she showed an expression of understanding. Yang Kai's insistence on not running away and instead taking the initiative to meet the enemy was something she had already guessed. She didn't know much about Yang Kai, but from Su Yin, she knew that Yang Kai was someone who could often create miracles and could easily challenge those above his realm. Before, she had only been guessing, but now the facts were right in front of her. The 6 or 7 people from Brilliant Flame Sect, ranging from First-Order Returning Realm to Third-Order Cultivators, had all inexplicably died when they brushed past Yang Kai. This was no longer something that could be explained by simply fighting above one's realm. This was simply a miracle. No one knew how Yang Kai did it. All they saw was a burst of golden light. Impossible? The young woman looked at Yang Kai in shock. At this moment, a golden thread was floating in front of Yang Kai, one that was filled with vitality, as if it had a life of its own, making it impossible to underestimate it. With a faint smile on his face, Yang Kai stared at Jiangshi with slight sarcasm. Jiangshi inexplicably felt a huge pressure, as if he was not facing a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, but a genuine origin king. Using his divine sense, Jiangshi dispelled the uneasiness in his heart and said in a low voice, "Boy, you dare play the pig to eat the tiger? It's you who underestimated me." Yang Kai grinned and said unhurriedly, "Old dog, are you ready to die?" Shameless boasting, Jiangshi shouted as he released his shur and fanned out towards Yang Kai to suppress him. Chapter 1636. His shur has almost reached the grand accomplishment stage. Yang Kai raised his brow and immediately felt that there was a reason why Jiangshi was so feared by the young woman from Iceheart Valley. With this shur that was almost at the grand accomplishment stage, Jiangshi was indeed qualified to become one of the candidates to break through to the Origin King realm. Jiangshi's shur was extremely powerful and soon reached Yang Kai. The moment before it enveloped him, a mysterious force not inferior to Jiangshi's shur burst out from Yang Kai's body and rolled back. This silent collision was invisible to the naked eye. However, Jiangshi could hear the tremors in her heart. The sounds of cracking could be heard. The shur that he was so proud of, which had almost reached the grand accomplishment stage, was like an egg that had hit a boulder, shattering inch by inch, unable to be maintained at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiangshi was enveloped by a thick force. This was his opponent's Shi. Jiangshi was shocked, and his face turned pale as he realized that Yang Kai was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Although his cultivation was only at the second-order origin returning realm, his understanding of Shi had far surpassed his own. Madly pushing his Saint Chi to resist the influence of this Shi, Jiangshi released a multicolored poisonous fog around himself to form a protective barrier. At the same time, a series of colorful bursts of energy shot out towards Yang Kai, dealing a terrifying amount of damage. Although Jiangshi was being suppressed in the competition of Shi, his methods were outstanding, and he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. He was proficient in using poison, and this poisonous fog was a fatal threat to any physique. Yang Kai frowned, but did not dare take any risks. Thinking about it for a moment, he stretched out his hand and summoned the Firebird artifact spirit. With a sharp cry, a 10-meter-long fiery red bird appeared, opened its beak, and spat out a series of scorching fireballs towards Jiangshi. Jiangshi was in an extremely sorry state. His poison mist couldn't do anything to the Firebird at all. Instead, it was riddled with holes by the Firebird's fireballs and evaporated into thin air. His body that was wrapped in the poison mist was gradually exposed, and his expression was extremely miserable. The speed and frequency of the Firebird's fireballs became faster and faster, and Jiangshi was unable to fight back. All he could do was constantly push his Saint Chi to form a poisonous fog around his body, but this poisonous fog was impossible to maintain and would be scattered as soon as it appeared. Yang Kai remained motionless, standing in the same spot as he stared coldly at Jiangshi, grinning sinisterly. "Old thing, you can't do it." All the Ice Heart Valley women wore dull expressions as they stared blankly at this scene. Just by relying on the strange appearance of the Firebird and Yang Kai Shi, Jiangshi was completely suppressed. If Yang Kai found the right opportunity, Jiangshi would most likely lose his life here. They simply could not comprehend the rationality of what they were seeing. All of them had mentally prepared themselves for heavy casualties and thought that they would not be able to escape this time, so they had prepared for the worst. But how could they have known that Yang Kai would act so exaggeratedly when he did? This bizarre display of strength left all of them speechless. Just a single Firebird was enough to overwhelm Jiangshi, forcing him into an extremely sorry state, unable to spare any energy to deal with them. This time, perhaps he wouldn't have to die. Everyone's hearts leapt with joy as they stared at Yang Kai with eyes filled with amazement and gratitude. The Firebird became more and more valiant as it continued to spew out dazzling flames from its mouth and wings. Not only did it prevent Jiangshi's poison mist from forming, but it also left a series of large and small wounds on Jiangshi's body. The smell of burnt flesh gradually filled the air. Jiangshi's expression became fierce as he suddenly took out an artifact that gave off powerful energy fluctuations and spat out a mouthful of 5-colored poison mist into it. After absorbing the 5-colored poison mist, the artifact quickly twisted and transformed into a huge, multicolored python. The poisonous python twisted its body and rushed directly into the sky to meet the Firebird. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiangshi once again pushed his Saint Chi to break free from the suppression of Yang Kai's Shi and rushed towards Yang Kai. He obviously wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai died, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. As for brilliant flame sex Yin Chi Lei's advice, at this moment, Jiangshi could not even protect himself, so how could he pay any attention to it? In the blink of an eye, Jiangshi rushed to a position only 10 meters away from Yang Kai, and the poison mist lingering around his body began twisting as if it had a mind of its own, separating from his body and transforming into terrifying attacks that shot towards Yang Kai. At this time, the Ice Heart Valley girls finally came back to their senses, and the leading young woman shouted, "Hurry up and help." As she spoke, ice attribute energy fluctuations burst from her tender body, and a series of powerful ice spikes formed and shot towards Jiangshi's back. The other women also reacted and used their own killing moves and secret techniques to attack Jiangshi. The golden light reappeared, and the golden blood thread suspended in front of Yang Kai was shaken by Yang Kai, trembling slightly before suddenly disappearing. Jiangxi's soul almost left his body. At this moment, he felt as if he would die if he did not escape. Instinctively, Jiangxi paused, grit his teeth, and dodged to the side. The golden blood thread suddenly appeared and shot through the afterimage he had left behind. Jiangxi broke out in cold sweat, but before he could recover, the attacks of the dozen or so women from Ice Heart Valley bombarded him. The place where he stood was instantly covered by hundreds of ice spikes. The world energy around him became chaotic and Jiangxi's muffled groan could be heard, obviously injured. The cultivations of Ice Heart Valley's disciples were not as good as Jiangxi's, so they might be instantly killed in a one-on-one battle, but the power of more than a dozen of them working together could not be underestimated. Dust flew up as the scene became chaotic. The young woman leading Ice Heart Valley's group felt her heart skip a beat as she stared nervously. "Is he dead?" someone asked. As soon as these words fell, Jiangxi's voice came from a great distance. "Ice Heart Valley's maidservants, just wait for this old master. Sooner or later, this old master will slaughter his way to Pure Ice Island and kill you one by one." At some point, he had escaped. The young woman's face turned pale as she turned her head in the direction of the voice, only to see a five-colored light escaping at an extremely fast speed. Who else could it be but Jiangxi? She immediately looked towards Yang Kai, hoping that he could intercept him. But after a glance, she was dumbfounded as the place where Yang Kai had been standing was now empty. She had no idea where he had gone. Sensing something, she once again looked in the direction of Jiangxi's escape. When she saw the figure blocking Jiangxi's path, she suddenly understood. This battle was no longer on a level that they could reach. Whether it was Jiangxi or Yang Kai, their foundations were far superior to theirs by countless levels. They didn't even know when Yang Kai and Jiangxi had chased after them. "How did you?" Jiangxi looked at Yang Kai in front of him, a look of shock appearing on his face. Just now, he had taken advantage of the chaotic energy flow, and the enemy's attention had been diverted to use a secret technique to escape. He thought he would be able to do so without anyone noticing, but this young man had actually seen through him and intercepted him. Although he was terrified in his heart, Jiangxi was a ruthless person. He knew that if he didn't break through Kai Yang's blockade, he wouldn't be able to escape. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his aura inexplicably rose by 30%. His whole body was covered in a faint, blood-red light as he fearlessly charged towards Kai Yang. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he snorted and grinned, courting death. Instead of dodging, he raised a fist, which was immediately covered by a layer of golden light. There was a faint sizzling sound, and an extremely sharp aura spread out. 5 elements indestructible sword chi, metal chi. Among the 5 elements sword chi, metal was the sharpest. Using his metal sword chi, Yang Kai's fist was covered in countless sword waves that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Perceiving the terrifying energy contained in this fist, Jiangxi naturally did not want to sit still and wait for death, condensing his 5-colored poisonous smoke again to cover his body. When the fist hit Jiangxi's body, the 5-colored poisonous smoke was instantly dispersed, and the layer of blood-red light covering Jiangxi's body also collapsed. Jiangxi's Saint Chi was unable to play any defensive role and was shattered by the countless tiny sword waves. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Jiangxi's body was sent flying upside down, blood spurting from his mouth mid-air. His ferocious face filled with panic as he desperately tried to stabilize his body, but the golden light released by a golden blood thread soon engulfed him completely. When the golden light dissipated, Jiangxi's body suddenly shattered into countless pieces and fell from the sky. Jiangxi, who was famous on Scarlet Wavestar and had the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm, had fallen. The group of women from Ice Heart Valley all blushed as they cheered, unable to contain their excitement. Yin Qilei, who was fighting fiercely with Yu Xueqing, changed his complexion greatly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, his movements slowing down for a moment. Yu Xueqing was the 13th elder of Ice Heart Valley, and although her ranking was quite low, her strength was still quite good. How could she let go of such an opportunity? Taking advantage of the situation, she frantically suppressed Yin Qilei. In fact, she was also quite shocked, never having expected that Yang Kai could actually kill Jiangxi. After all, this young man was extremely mysterious. Even if she had faced him head-on, she would have definitely been at a disadvantage and might even have died at his hands. However, Yang Kai had killed Jiang Shi in only 20 to 30 breaths of time. In Ice Heart Valley, only the Great Elder could accomplish such a feat. Was this young man actually a character who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Great Elder? Yu Xueqing's heart shook as she felt the need to re-examine Yang Kai. Brother, please help 13th Elder. The young woman from Ice Heart Valley shouted to Yang Kai. No problem. Yang Kai nodded lightly before pointing his finger at Yin Qilei and shouting, Kill him. The firebird flew straight towards Yin Qilei. Yin Qilei's strength was on par with Yu Xueqing's, neither of them able to defeat the other, but with the addition of the firebird artifact spirit, Yin Qilei was not Yang Kai's opponent at all, and was forced to retreat without being able to fight back. Little brat, I am an elder of Brilliant Flame Sect. If you dare attack me, you're dead. It's not too late to withdraw now, otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the world, Brilliant Flame Sect will not let you go. Yin Qilei shouted angrily, hoping that Yang Kai would refrain from joining forces with Yu Xueqing. Chapter 1637. As long as Yang Kai didn't get involved, with Yu Xueqing's ability, she wouldn't be able to stop him and he could easily leave. As such, his life or death was in Yang Kai's hands. Yu Xueqing frowned and hurriedly shouted, Little brother, don't be afraid. His Brilliant Flame Sect strength is not ordinary, but my Ice Heart Valley is not made of mud. Naturally, we will protect you. Please help me kill this thief. She was afraid that Yang Kai would be intimidated by the other party's words and back out. After all, Yin Qilei was different from Jiang Shi. Although Jiang Shi's strength was high, he was just a loner. Even if he was killed, no one would avenge him. On the other hand, Yin Qilei was an elder of Brilliant Flame Sect with a huge force supporting him. Of course I'll kill him. Yang Kai grinned as he looked at Yin Qilei sarcastically. Even at this time you still want to threaten me? Are all your Brilliant Flame Sect's people so stupid? Yin Qilei's face turned pale. Right, I forgot to tell you. This isn't the first time I've killed someone from Brilliant Flame Sect. I killed a guy named Kong Wendong in the Emperor Garden before and someone named Zhang Qing in the Blood Prison some time ago. Both of them were from your Brilliant Flame Sect, right? Yin Qilei really panicked this time. He hadn't expected that the grievances between Yang Kai and Brilliant Flame Sect would be so deep. Whether it was Kong Wendong or Zhang Qing, both of them were famous figures in Brilliant Flame Sect, elders ranked above him. However, Kong Wendong had gone to the Emperor Garden and failed to return while Zhang Qing had gone to the Blood Prison. If what Yang Kai said was true, didn't that mean they had all died at his hands? I don't have a good impression of your Brilliant Flame Sect, so, die. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as an extremely pure spiritual energy condensed into a straight line and blasted towards Yin Qilei. The soundless but vast power was like a sharp sword that could cut through anything. It directly tore apart Yin Qilei's defense and pierced into his sea of consciousness. Yin Qilei screamed as his face turned as white as paper, his soul clearly damaged. Yu Xueqing's beautiful eyes lit up. She took this opportunity to stimulate her own potential and intent field. With her body as the center, the area within a radius of 300 feet immediately became extremely cold, as if even the air had been frozen. A thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Yin Qilei's body as the cold air invaded his body, affecting the circulation of his Saint Qi and the flexibility of his body. The fiery bird seized the chance and swooped down, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing Yin Qilei. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the firebird artifact spirit's abdomen began to bulge, but the scorching power offset it. As time passed, the commotion became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. A ball of lightning suddenly appeared in the firebird's body. The firebird turned into a streak of fire and returned to Yang Kai's body, leaving behind a pile of wreckage. It was clear that this fellow had also been affected by the heaven-scorching lightning fire secret technique. Just like Zhang Qing and Kong Wendong, the heaven-scorching lightning fire had been devoured by the firebird after its death in order to increase its strength. A calamity was miraculously resolved. Yu Xueqing stood in place, gasping for breath, while looking at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. The other women from Ice Heart Valley were also shocked. Only Qingya wore a smile on her face. After a long time, Yu Shueqing reluctantly accepted reality and nodded to Yang Kai. Thank you. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's sudden display of strength, it would have been fortunate if 2 or 3 of Ice Heart Valley's disciples had managed to escape. But now, not only were they unscathed, even the people from Brilliant Flame Sect had been killed. Yu Shueqing was grateful to Yang Kai from the bottom of her heart. No need. I was just trying to protect myself. Can we set off now? Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yu Shueqing nodded and asked one of her subordinates to collect the spoils of war before leading everyone in the direction of Pure Ice Island. However, this time, no one was hostile to Yang Kai anymore. All of them restrained their inexplicable hostility and no longer surrounded Yang Kai to protect him like before. The battle with Brilliant Flame Sect's disciples made everyone realize that Yang Kai was the strongest in their group. He didn't need their protection at all. Along the way, they would glance at Yang Kai from time to time, full of curiosity, wondering what this young man was capable of. He was clearly only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was able to display such exaggerated combat power. 13th Elder, why are we looking for him this time? Qingya observed Yu Shueqing's expression and knew that now was the best time to ask about this matter, so she immediately asked. The other Ice Heart Valley disciples also looked confused as they looked at Yu Shueqing suspiciously. They had been running around outside for a year, each of them searching for Yang Kai. Many of their senior sisters and sisters had died in front of them, so they were naturally curious as to why this had happened. Yu Shueqing frowned and showed an awkward look before saying, I don't know the specific reason, but since Brilliant Flame Sect is looking for him, our Ice Heart Valley can't let them succeed. Perhaps he knows something. While saying this, Yu Shueqing glanced at Yang Kai thoughtfully. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if he was lost in thought and had no intention of answering at all. You don't need to worry about this matter. Since Sect Master and the Elder Council are acting this way, there must be a reason. Yes, everyone nodded. The rest of the way was uneventful, and under Yu Shueqing's leadership, the group flew forward for half a month. It was not until half a month later that the group arrived at a city adjacent to the sea. This was obviously the territory of Ice Heart Valley. Yu Shueqing led Yang Kai directly to the space array built in the city and used it to teleport them to Pure Ice Island. On the outer island, as soon as Yang Kai appeared, his expression changed as an uncontrollable look of excitement appeared on his face. He turned his head and stared in a certain direction, his gaze seemingly able to cross the barrier of space and peer into the distance. At the same time, inside an ice room on the inner island, Su Yin, who was meditating, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and her tender body trembled slightly. At this moment, she sensed something. She had sensed Yang Kai's aura. The two of them had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, so as long as they were not too far apart, they could sense each other. Although the outer island and the inner island were several hundred kilometers apart, the spiritual connection between Yang Kai and Su Yin could not be erased. She's here. He's here. The two of them noticed each other's existence at the same time. Yang Kai stood in place, his eyes as gentle as water, almost capable of melting stone. Su Yin hurriedly got up and walked out, but just as she walked out of the ice room, she was stopped by two women. Junior Sister Su, where do you want to go? Of the two women responsible for guarding Su Yin, the woman surnamed Zhou looked at Su Yin coldly and blocked her way. Senior Sister Zhou, I want to go out. Su Yin looked at her pleadingly. No. The woman surnamed Zhou decisively shook her head. Great Elder has ordered that you must stay here for a while, not even taking a single step out. Don't make things difficult for your senior sister. Yes, Junior Sister Su, the two of us guarding you here is already boring enough. Although you are Great Elder's disciple, you can't just put us senior sister in your eyes, right? Please go back. The other woman also looked at Su Yin coldly. Guarding Su Yin was really boring. Not only could they not walk around, but they also could not concentrate, which made them suffer greatly. This task made the two women complain deeply about Su Yin, and coupled with the fact that they didn't like Su Yin being favored, they naturally wouldn't be polite. Two senior sisters, junior sister doesn't want to make things difficult for you, but I have to go out for a while. I promise I'll be back in half a day. Su Yin bit her red lips and looked at the two women helplessly. Junior sister really doesn't put senior sister in her eyes. The woman surnamed Zhou sneered. Have you ever thought about what kind of punishment we will receive if Great Elder finds out that you are going out? I don't know what you're going to do, but I won't take responsibility for your senseless actions. Junior sister is Great Elder's most valued disciple, so Great Elder may not punish you too harshly, but what about us? It's not like you don't know how strict Great Elder is. Junior sister, you are beautiful, but your heart is like a snake or scorpion. Do you want to kill us? Su Yin opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Although the words of these two women were a bit exaggerated and extreme, it was undeniable that if she really went out, the two of them would definitely be implicated. Su Yan's expression dimmed for a moment as she whispered softly, Junior sister was not thoughtful enough. Her man had clearly arrived at Pure Ice Island and was so close to her, but she couldn't go out to meet him, causing Su Yin to feel like a knife was being twisted in her heart. Good, now go back. The woman surnamed Zhou coldly snorted. Su Yin nodded helplessly and turned back. Seeing Su Yin close the door of the ice room and enter retreat again, the two women guarding outside sneered. The woman surnamed Zhou said, "We've finally vented our anger." Did she really think she could act so arrogantly just because she became Great Elder's disciple? The other woman giggled and said happily, "Who told her to be so arrogant before? If she had a good relationship with us before, we wouldn't have made things so difficult for her this time. As senior sisters, we should teach her how to behave properly. Should we report this matter to Great Elder?" The woman surnamed Zhou hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No need. Since she can't go out, even if we report it, she won't be punished. It's better to wait until she really makes a mistake before reporting it. When that time comes, Great Elder will definitely not tolerate her. Senior sister is right. The other woman's eyes lit up. Little brother. Yu Xueqing's shout awakened Yang Kai, and he finally took back his gaze to look at Yu Xueqing. The 13th elder of Ice Heart Valley wore a strange expression as she lightly coughed and said, "That is the inner island of Pure Ice Island. As a man, it is absolutely impossible for you to set foot on it. We are now on the outer island, and if it were not for the special situation this time, you would not have been allowed to enter. It is Junior's honor to be able to enter Pure Ice Island." Junior thanks Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked her. Because of Su Yin, Yang Kai was in a good mood and suddenly found that all the women from Ice Heart Valley were radiant, so their attitude was naturally very warm. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai had changed so slightly, Yu Xueqing didn't pursue the matter and simply nodded. "You can stay here for the time being. As for the future, wait until I return to Sect Master and the Elder Council." Chapter 1638. On the outer island, there were many lofts adjacent to the sea. After Yu Xueqing arranged for Yang Kai to live in one of the lofts, she left with the others, leaving behind some of the weaker women from Ice Heart Valley to take care of Yang Kai's daily life. Before leaving, Qingye cast a glance at Yang Kai, telling him not to be impatient. Kai Yang understood tacitly. Now that he had arrived on Pure Ice Island and learned that Su Yin was just a few hundred kilometers away, Yang Kai's eagerness to see her again surged like never before. But he also knew that Pure Ice Island was not an ordinary place, so naturally, he would not wander around casually. Sitting cross-legged in his loft, Yang Kai held Su Yan's ice soul bead in his hand, motionless. He did not release his divine sense, but he could clearly feel that a few hundred kilometers away, there was an aura that was closely related to him. It was Su Yan's aura. At the same time, Su Yin was also sitting in her own ice room, her beautiful eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Both of them were feeling each other's existence and the ups and downs of each other's emotions. This kind of silent and formless telepathy was better than words, and both of them felt warm in their hearts and minds. At a certain moment, the two of them smiled at the same time as a mysterious force burst out from their bodies, crossing the barrier of time and space to meet at the center of Pure Ice Island. Yang Kai seemed to be able to see Su Yin standing in front of him, the figure that had existed in his heart for more than 30 years finally appearing in front of him today. He could even feel that Su Yin was reaching out to touch him. Yang Kai responded. The spiritual connection between the two of them became closer and closer, gradually becoming one. There was no verbal communication, but both of them could clearly see everything the other had experienced over the years, as if they had experienced it themselves. Somewhere on the inner island, inside Ran Yunting's ice room, Ran Yunting, who was meditating, suddenly frowned, seemingly noticing something as she looked up towards the void with a puzzled look on her face. At that moment, a divine sense fluctuation suddenly came from the communication artifact beside her. She picked up the communication artifact, poured her divine sense into it, and after perceiving the message contained inside, her face could not help sinking. Junior sister, you actually found that little brat and even brought him to Pure Ice Island? So that's how it was. It was that little bastard who was interfering with Su Yan's mind. Little beast, you court death. Ran Yunting's eyes flashed fiercely as her tyrannical spiritual energy suddenly sputtered towards a certain location on Pure Ice Island. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of communicating with Su Yan, did not expect that someone would suddenly attack him. The connection of the mind was different from the power of divine sense. The former had no offensive or defensive power at all, while the latter was an existence that could attack and defend. Yang Kai's souls, and Yang to his soul's soul was cuts, his face's hearts, he's, and he almost coughed out a mouthful of blood to him. To his heart to souls, he was, and almost, and to his soul was soul, and almost to his divine soul. Yang who was to heart, yang, to the her, yangs. He could naturally feel that the power that had severed his connection with Su Yan contained some murderous intent, as if it didn't care whether he lived or died. If it weren't for his spiritual energy being far stronger than an ordinary person's, he would have been seriously injured. This kind of injury to one's soul was not something that ordinary pills could repair. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became cold, but soon, he shook his head helplessly. Yang Kai's actions just now were indeed a bit abrupt. After all, this was Pure Ice Island, the headquarters of Ice Heart Valley. He was the first man to set foot on the outer island in 10,000 years, so it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for him to act so rashly. After understanding this, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer bothered with this matter. However, this soul was extraordinary and most likely belonged to one of the top 5 elders of Ice Heart Valley. After suffering such a loss, Yang no longer acted rashly. In any case, there would be a chance to meet Su Yan again. As for Su Yan's safety, Yang Kai was not worried. No matter what, she was still Ice Heart Valley's great elder, so whoever interfered with him, no matter which elder it was, would not harm Su Yan. Inside Su Yan's ice room, she suddenly opened her eyes, her face pale as she called out, "Honored Master, reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. If you dare act like you did just now again, this elder will personally take that little bastard's head." Ran Yunting's cold voice rang in Su Yan's ear. Su Yan's face turned even paler as she opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but no words came out. "You're on your own now." Ran Yunting seemed to be quite disappointed with Su Yan's current state, so after coldly dropping these words, she did not respond. Inside Ice Heart Valley's Ice Palace, after a year, all of Ice Heart Valley's elders gathered once again. "Valley Master, why have you summoned us sisters this time?" an elder asked. Bing Long smiled gently and nodded. "There is one important matter, but it is a happy one." "Oh, what is it?" Everyone became curious. "Elder Yu has found that young man and brought him to Pure Ice Island." Bing Long got straight to the point and announced with a smile. "She found him? Junior sister Yu really has good methods. Being able to find him is a great merit. It's good that she found him. After more than a year, many people in Ice Heart Valley have died, so it's time to withdraw." "But Valley Master, did you find out why Brilliant Flame Sect was looking for him? What kind of secret is he hiding that Brilliant Flame Sect attached so much importance to him?" This queen does not know. "Elder Yu, you brought him back. Did you find out anything?" Bing Long turned her eyes to Yu Xueqing. The latter slowly shook her head. "On the way back, I tried to ask about him once, but that little brat did not answer. However, according to my observations, he is not ordinary." "Why do you say that?" He should be a genius among geniuses. Yin Chi of brilliant flame sect died at his hands. What? Yin Chi died at his hands? Bing Long's face changed as she frowned. Didn't you say he was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? He is indeed only a second-order cultivator, but he can fight opponents above his realm, which is why I said he is a genius among geniuses. Indeed. Bing Long nodded. Jiang Shi also died at his hands, Yu Xueqing said with a strange expression. In a one-on-one fight, he was killed in 20 breaths. Jiang Shi? That Jiang Shi? Ice Heart Valley's fifth elder narrowed her eyes as a look of disbelief appeared on her face. That Jiang Shi? How is that possible? Although Jiang Shi did not come from a prominent sect and had always been a loner, he had many fortuitous encounters in his early years and his strength was extraordinary. He was not an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and I heard that his Sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage. He was one of the most promising candidates on Scarlet Wave, start a breakthrough to the Origin King realm. So how could he be killed by that young man? Junior sister Yu, are you not joking? How could I joke about this kind of thing? Junior sister saw it with her own eyes. And there are more than a dozen who can testify, Yu Xueqing said seriously. The elders of Ice Heart Valley looked at each other in amazement, and several of them turned to Fifth Elder, wanting to hear her opinion. Among everyone present, she was the only one who had fought with Jiang Shi in the past, so she naturally had the right to speak. Fifth Elder did not refuse and after a moment of silence said, "The last time I fought with Jiang Shi was 20 years ago. It took me an entire day to seriously injure him, but I was unable to kill him. If it were him now, I may not necessarily be his opponent. In Ice Heart Valley, there are no more than 3 elders who can contend with Jiang Shi alone." C. A series of gasps rang out as the expressions of all the elders present became extremely interesting. Fifth Elder was not exaggerating at all and was simply stating facts, but it was precisely because of this that everyone present felt terrified. Doesn't that mean that young man's personal strength ranks in the top 3 among all of us? He's only a second-order cultivator. If he breaks through to the third order, more than that. Resisting and killing are 2 different things. He was able to kill Jiang Shi in just 20 breaths of time, so only Great Elder may be able to contend with him. The expressions of all the elders suddenly dimmed as they spoke these words without any confidence, because even if Great Elder personally took action, she may not be able to take Jiang Shi's life in just 20 breaths of time. Exchanging glances with each other, everyone's expression was one of shock. Unfortunately, he's not a woman. Bing Long rubbed her brow lightly and smiled bitterly. If Yang Kai had been a woman, Bing Long would have tried to recruit him into Ice Heart Valley at all costs. Such a talent would definitely have a much higher chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future. The reason why Ice Heart Valley could become one of the 2 great forces on Scarlet Wave Star was because they had an Origin King realm master. If they could have one more, they would be able to completely suppress Brilliant Flame Sect and become the #1 sect on Scarlet Wave Star. What does it matter if he's not a woman? It's not like our Ice Heart Valley has no one to marry. Can't we just find him a good husband? An elder proposed with a smile. That's a good idea, but he may not agree. Another elder sitting next to her slowly shook her head. His strength and aptitude are so outstanding, and he doesn't look very old. So how could he not have a woman following him? Perhaps there are many women who would be willing to follow him. How could those mediocre women compare to the elites of my Ice Heart Valley? It's a blessing for him to be able to marry one of my Ice Heart Valley's elites. That's right. The group of elders chattered among themselves, each expressing their own opinions, as if they couldn't wait to find a suitable candidate to marry Yang Kai and tie him to Ice Heart Valley. Bing Long lightly coughed and said with a strange expression, "Have you forgotten? Brilliant Flame Sect is also looking for him. My Ice Heart Valley may not be afraid of Brilliant Flame Sect alone. However, this matter is very likely to involve Master Luo Hai of Green Mountain Star. If we offend that master, my Ice Heart Valley may not be able to withstand his wrath." The expressions of all the elders changed as they fell silent. Chapter 1639. This queen will find an opportunity to talk to him. At the very least, we need to know if Master Luo Hai came to Scarlet Wave Star because of him and why. If everything has nothing to do with him, it won't be too late for us to find a way to recruit him. But if Master Luo Hai really came because of him, Bing Long sighed softly. When the time comes, we can only hand him over in exchange for the safety of my Ice Heart Valley. Valley Master is wise. All the elders nodded in unison, having no objections to this decision. Yang Kai's aptitude and potential were indeed excellent. He could fight opponents above his realm and was very likely to break through to the Origin King realm in the future. However, that was only the future, and right now, he was just a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Between the fear of a second-order Origin King Star Master and the promise of a bright but illusory future, which was more important, everyone could naturally tell. Valley Master, when will you see him? This elder will also meet him. Ran Yunting's voice suddenly came from outside the Ice Palace. Everyone turned their heads and saw Great Elder Ran Yunting striding over. Oh, Great Elder is also interested in him? Bing Long was a little surprised. Although Ran Yunting's strength was not as good as hers, the gap between the two of them was quite small. Since she brought Su Yin back to Pure Ice Island more than 30 years ago, she had been devoting herself to cultivating her, showing no interest in other people. Now, she was actually taking the initiative to meet Yang Kai, which naturally surprised Bing Long. Of course, this elder is naturally interested in meeting such an outstanding talent. Ran Yunting smiled softly. For some reason, everyone felt a chill run down their spines and looked at each other blankly. At the same time, somewhere 10 million kilometers away from Pure Ice Island, at the headquarters of Brilliant Flame Sect, which was as famous as Ice Heart Valley. Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters was located in the best location on Scarlet Wave Star. The headquarters was surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters, a beautiful environment, and an abundant world energy aura. The two great forces of Scarlet Wave Star had always been evenly matched, but in recent years, Brilliant Flame Sect had been able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Ice Heart Valley. The reason for this was because there were rumors that Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder had suffered a serious injury while cultivating. Supreme Elder level characters were naturally Origin Kings, and although she would not intervene in the struggles of juniors, such news would affect the morale of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Brilliant Flame Sect had also been steadily advancing over the past few years, faintly suppressing Ice Heart Valley. South of Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters, in a bamboo forest, there were several huts. These cottages were built very simply and looked inconspicuous. They were surrounded by mountains and faced the lake, but the location was not bad. Around the cottages, there were fiery red bamboos everywhere. At this moment, there were two people sitting cross-legged on a stone block in front of the hut. There was a chessboard placed on the stone table in the middle, and the black and white pieces were fighting non-stop. The one on the left was an old man with fiery red hair and beard. He looked very old, but his skin was gentle like a newborn. Every movement of his was filled with a powerful aura. Opposite him was a middle-aged man in a golden robe and a golden crown on his head. 300 meters away from these two, there was a man with an elegant temperament standing silently, motionless like a statue. Only when he looked at these two would a look of yearning appear on his face from time to time. The red-haired old man and the golden-crowned man were still fighting, and from the chessboard, there seemed to be the sound of thousands of horses galloping, shocking one's soul. The red-haired old man's speed was extremely fast, and he often didn't need to think about where to place his pieces. On the other hand, the golden-crowned man often had to frown and think hard as he carefully placed a piece. On the chessboard, the black and white auras became more and more prominent. The black piece belonging to the red-haired old man had the upper hand and was now surrounding the white piece. As time passed, the golden-crowned man spent more and more time thinking, and his expression became more and more cautious. The red-haired old man did not urge him and simply closed his eyes to meditate while waiting. At a certain moment, the golden-crowned man suddenly revealed a strange smile. He stretched out his hand and put down a white chess piece. The white chess piece's predicament was easily resolved like a withered tree in spring. On the contrary, the originally aggressive black chess piece suddenly fell into a disadvantage. The red-haired old man's eyes bulged as a look of astonishment filled his face. After thinking for a long time, he slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Luo Hai's Go skills have really improved a lot. This old master is not his opponent. The Golden Crown man smiled lightly. Chi Hua, it's not that my Go skills are better than yours, it's just that you are too impatient. Your intentions and actions are all written on the chessboard, so this king only needs to react accordingly. It's more interesting to be straightforward like this. The red-haired old man shook his head. Life is short. Where do you find time to think about this and that? I lost this battle. Thank you for letting me win. The red-haired old man turned his head and looked towards a spot not far away before stretching out his hand and beckoning. The elegant man who had been standing 300 meters away stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Wei Qing greets Supreme Elder and Senior Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded lightly and stretched out his hand. The elegant man was Brilliant Flame Sect Master, Wei Qing, and his status was not low. Although Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star Master, he could not act arrogantly. What's more, he had a good relationship with Brilliant Flame Sect Supreme Elder Chihua, so Wei Qing could be considered his junior. Why have you come here? Chihua raised his head and looked at Wei Qing. Wei Qing respectfully replied, reporting to Supreme Elder, the matter Senior Luo Hai gave us may have some progress. Luo Hai's eyes flashed, but he quickly concealed it. Chihua said lightly, speak. A few days ago, a spy saw Ice Heart Valley's 13th Elder Yu Xueqing enter Pure Ice Island through the space array with a young man. Although Ice Heart Valley is heavily guarded and the spy did not see the face of the young man, he should be the one Senior Luo Hai is looking for. After saying this, Wei Qing stood aside respectfully and no longer spoke. Although he was second only to one on Scarlet Wave Star, he did not dare to show the slightest disrespect in front of Luo Hai and Chihua. Brother Luo Hai, what do you think? Chihua looked at Luo Hai. Pure Ice Island is the headquarters of Ice Heart Valley, and no man has set foot there for 10,000 years. Letting a young man in this time shows that they attach great importance to him. It is also possible that he is the one I am looking for. Haha, it seems they want to use that little brat to do something. They just want to express goodwill to Brother Luo Hai, probably wanting you to act as a mediator and resolve their current crisis. Chihua was a rough man, but his mind was extremely sharp. Luo Hai just smiled and said nothing. Right, Brother Luo Hai. Now that things have come to this, can you tell this old master why you are looking for that little brat? What is it about him that would attract the attention of a character like you? Chihua asked doubtfully. He had been thinking about this question for a long time but had never been able to find an answer. What could attract the attention of a character like Luo Hai was nothing more than the secret to breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm or an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. Besides that, there was nothing else in this world that could attract Luo Hai's attention. Luo Hai cared about such things, and so did Chihua. But every time he tried to ask, Luo Hai would not answer directly, leaving Chihua helpless. Didn't this king tell you before? That little brat passed the blood prison trial with a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, so his aptitude is quite good. This king just happens to be lacking a successor, so he wants to accept him as a disciple to inherit this king's legacy. Luo Hai replied with a smile. So that's how it is. That little brat is quite lucky. Chi Lu laughed and nodded, obviously not believing Luo Hai's words at all. Luo Hai was now a second-order origin king and possessed a star source, so he was very likely to break through to the third order in the future. So why would he be so eager to accept a disciple and pass down his legacy? Besides, even if he wanted to accept a disciple, it was impossible for him to do it in such a way. If a second-order origin king wanted to accept a disciple, there would be countless geniuses scrambling to acknowledge him as their master. How could Luo Hai chase after someone and forcibly accept them as a disciple? No matter how heaven-defying a genius aptitude was, it was impossible for Luo Hai to do this. There had to be something fishy going on. Since Ice Heart Valley has found that little brat, this king will make a trip there, Luo Hai said as he slowly got up. This old master will accompany you. Chihua grinned meaningfully. Luo Hai glanced at him thoughtfully before nodding. Very well. Ice Heart Valley's Pure Ice Grand Array is quite powerful. With Brother Chi who are accompanying me, I believe this trip will be easy. He had no intention of refusing. By the way, Wei Qing, Call your good-for-nothing brat over to see this old master. This old master will take him to experience the scenery of Pure Ice Island. Qihua shouted to Wei Qing. Supreme Elder wants to take Wei Feng to Pure Ice Island? Wei Qing was startled and said in a panic, "That little brat." What kind of character his son was, he knew very well. As the son of the sect master, his aptitude wasn't very good. Over the years, despite using countless pills and resources, Wei Qing had given him several times the resources he needed, but it was only today that he barely stepped into the First Order Origin Returning Realm. Although he had reached the Origin Returning Realm, he was still unable to condense his own sure. For the rest of his life, Wei Qing was afraid that his son would only be able to reach the First Order Origin Returning Realm and would never have the strength an Origin Returning Realm Master should possess. In other words, he was only slightly stronger than a Saint King, and any Origin Returning Realm Master who could condense their sure could easily defeat him. Supreme Elder had never liked Wei Feng, feeling that he had ruined the reputation of the sect and had even seriously injured him with a single palm strike. But today, why was Supreme Elder taking him to Pure Ice Island? What are you waiting for? Just go. This old master won't kill him. Qihua had a bad temper, and seeing Wei Qing hesitate, he couldn't help shouting angrily, "Yes." A look of horror flashed across Wei Qing's face as he hurriedly withdrew. Luo Hai frowned at Qihua, not knowing what he was trying to do. Pure Ice Island was not an ordinary place. Even if Luo Hai was a second-order origin king, he was still extremely wary of the Pure Ice Grand Array. For this trip, he and Qihua were more than enough, so why would they need to bring along a junior? What's more, this was a junior that Qihua didn't like. After frowning for a moment, Luo Hai suddenly understood and shook his head with a bitter smile. Qihua laughed and said, "Brother Luo Hai, this time, allow this old master to take advantage of the situation. Just this once, but don't go too far. Luo Li's strength isn't bad, so if we really push her too far and she activates the Pure Ice Grand Array, you and I will suffer a bit." This old master naturally understands, Brother Luo Hai can rest assured. Chapter 1640. Not long after, Wei Qing returned again with a young man. This young man's appearance was quite good, but his aquiline nose and dark eyes ruined his overall sense of beauty and his aura was weak. At first glance, it was obvious he was the kind of person who was obsessed with wine and women. When he arrived, the young man was trembling and his face was pale as he kept gulping, staring at Qihua with horror and fear in his eyes. Although he was an Origin Returning Realm Master, he was like an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, hiding behind Wei Qing and seeking protection, not daring to face Qihua's majesty directly. Qihua glanced at him and coldly snorted, the contempt and disdain in his eyes obvious. "Supreme Elder, I've brought Feng Wei Qing said bitterly. "Good, you can withdraw." Qihua waved his hand at Wei Qing. Wei Qing opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just sighed, glanced back at his son, slowly shook his head, and quickly left. Wei Feng was instantly at a loss for what to do, and he looked anxiously at his father's figure as he cried out, "Father, shut up!" Qihua shouted. Wei Feng shivered and almost fell to the ground in fright, turning his head to look at Qihua in horror, his face turning even paler. He had no idea why Supreme Elder had summoned him. His status in Brilliant Flame Sect was not ordinary, and he could rely on his father's power and authority to do whatever he wanted. But in front of Supreme Elder, he was nothing but a fart. If Supreme Elder wanted to kill him, even his father couldn't stop him. Supreme Elder has been in seclusion in the sect these days. I haven't made any mistakes. I beg Supreme Elder not to kill me. Wei Feng suddenly cried bitterly as he knelt on the ground with a thump, and then he started stammering as he kowtowed vigorously, causing his head to knock against the ground to the point it emitted banging sounds. The contempt and disgust in Qihua's eyes became stronger and stronger. Luo Hai slowly shook his head and frowned. Wei Qing can be regarded as the future pillar of Brilliant Flame Sect, but why is his son like this? A loving mother leads to a wastrel son. Qihua grunted coldly, and then he looked angrily at Wei Feng as he shouted with a grim voice, "Stand up for me." Wei Feng cried out with shock, and he didn't dare dally as he hurriedly crawled up. However, his back was still bent, and he was unable to restrain his tears from flowing while he squeezed out a trace of a fawning smile as he looked anxiously at Chihua, and he seemed even more unsightly than if he was crying. "Straighten your back, you good-for-nothing." Chihua was full of anger. He strode forward and slapped Wei Feng's face twice. With 2 crisp slaps, Wei Feng felt as if his face had been slapped away. He was numb. Chihua was an Origin King Realm Master, so even if he did not use any of his strength, just 2 casual slaps would be enough to shatter Wei Feng. Fortunately, Wei Feng was still useful to Chihua, so it was naturally impossible to kill him here. Grabbing Wei Feng's neck and lifting him up like a chicken, Chihua coldly said, "Boy, your luck has come. Didn't you take a fancy to a woman from Iceheart Valley? This old master will take you to Pure Ice Island." Huh. Wei Feng was stunned as he stared blankly at Chihua, seemingly not having expected that Supreme Elder would call him over for this matter. After a moment of stunned silence, Wei Feng was overjoyed and eagerly asked, "Is Supreme Elder serious?" Su Yan's exquisite face, which seemed to be carved from ice and jade, suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, causing Wei Feng's blood to boil. "Would Supreme Elder joke with you?" Chihua grinned meaningfully. But what if Iceheart Valley refuses?" Wei Feng asked. "No matter what, you are the son of my brilliant Flame Sect master, so your identity and status are extraordinary. Taking a fancy to a woman from Iceheart Valley is a blessing for them. They have no choice but to comply." That's right, that's right." The excitement in Wei Feng's heart completely overshadowed his fear of Chihua, and he nodded repeatedly as he began to fantasize about the beautiful scene after he obtained Su Yan, a foolish look appearing on his face as he giggled foolishly. Luo Hai watched from the side and slowly shook his head. He naturally knew why Chihua was doing this. It was nothing more than to use this opportunity to suppress Iceheart Valley and force them to admit defeat. Chihua also wanted to borrow his strength, which was why he had said before that he wanted to intimidate Yang Kai. However, Luo Hai didn't care. The struggle on Scarlet Wave Star had nothing to do with him. He had only come here for Yang Kai. Since Chihua wanted to use his tiger skin as a banner, Luo Hai would let him. Luo Hai could eat the meat, but he couldn't stop Chihua from drinking the soup, as long as Chihua didn't pursue the real reason he was looking for Yang Kai. "Brother Luo Hai, let's go." Chihua grabbed Wei Feng in one hand and called out to Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded, and the two immediately turned into streams of light, disappearing on the spot and flying straight towards Pure Ice Island. Pure Ice Island, Outer Island. Yang Kai was sitting in meditation in his loft, thinking hard about how to meet Su Yan. It was impossible for him to set foot on the Inner Island, so if he wanted to meet this beautiful woman, Su Yan would have to come to the Outer Island. However, Yang Kai found that Su Yan had no intention of coming to see him, her aura remaining somewhere on the Inner Island. Is she at a critical juncture? Is it inconvenient for her to move? Yang Kai was puzzled. If it weren't for the fact that she was at a critical juncture, Su Yan would have come to see him no matter what. Yang Kai also couldn't imagine that Su Yan wasn't at a critical juncture, but had instead been placed under house arrest by Ran Yunting. However, since he had already arrived on Pure Ice Island and knew that Su Yan was a few hundred kilometers away from him, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. There was bound to be a time when they could meet again. After experiencing the disturbance of their last spiritual communication, Yang Kai didn't dare to rashly communicate with Su Yan again. He was a guest and Su Yan was currently on the Inner Island, so if he acted rashly, the gains would not be worth the losses. So, Yang Kai waited patiently for the right opportunity. The next day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes, a light flashing across them as he called out loudly, "I wonder which senior has graced me with her presence? Junior must apologize for not coming out to meet you." A soft voice came from outside the door. "This queen is Iceheart Valley's Valley Master." A trace of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Although he knew that Iceheart Valley's upper echelons would definitely come to see him in the next few days, he hadn't expected it to be Iceheart Valley's Valley Master. Iceheart Valley's Bing Long. Yang Kai had heard Xingye mention her before. She was Iceheart Valley's #1 master below Supreme Elder Luoli, and was the one most likely to break through to the Origin King realm. Iceheart Valley attaches so much importance to me. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai opened the front door and stood up to greet them with a solemn expression. Two women walked in from outside the door, both middle-aged beauties. The one walking in front had a gentle smile and a dignified appearance, her every movement exuding the style of a noble. The one following behind wore a cold expression, and when she first looked at Yang Kai, there was an inexplicable hostility. Yang Kai frowned, wondering why this woman had such a prejudice against him. Bing Long stepped forward and stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, looked him up and down and asked gently, "Are you that Yang Kai?" Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Bing Long. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Bing Long gently nodded. "Sure enough, a dragon among men. Your aura is profound. No wonder you were able to kill Jiang Shi and Yin Chi Lei. This queen thanks you on behalf of Junior Sister Yu for acting righteously last time." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I was only protecting myself. Valley Master is too polite." After saying so, he looked suspiciously at the beautiful woman behind Bing Long and asked, This is my Iceheart Valley's great elder." Bing Long introduced. Yang Kai raised his brow as he realized that the beautiful woman behind Bing Long was actually Su Yan's master, and judging from her aura, it was her who had interfered with his mental communication with Su Yin yesterday. However, her prejudice and hostility towards him seemed to be quite deep. Did she know something? Yang Kai frowned secretly. Thinking so, Yang Kai cupped his fists again and said, "So it is great elder. This junior has been disrespectful." Ran Yun Ting coldly snorted, not showing any intention of responding to Yang Kai. A trace of astonishment flashed across Bing Long's eyes as she did not know what Great Elder wanted to do, but she quickly tried to mediate. "Great Elder and I came uninvited. I hope little brother will not take offense. Valley Master must be joking. This is pure Ice Island, and this junior is just a guest. It is this junior's fault for not taking the initiative to greet you." A trace of approval flashed across Bing Long's eyes. She found that not only was Yang Kai's cultivation high, but his attitude was also very humble. This was very different from many of the outstanding talents of the younger generation. Most of these so-called young talents had their eyes above their heads, acted arrogantly, and acted as they pleased. They were eager to carve the word genius on their foreheads and had none of the virtues of respecting the old and caring for the young. Bing Long's first impression of Yang Kai was quite good. After inviting Bing Long and Ran Yun Ting to take a seat, a woman from Iceheart Valley served them tea. Yang Kai did not know why they had come here this time, but it was not appropriate for him to speak rashly, so he could only sit and drink tea. Ran Yun Ting, on the other hand, had been staring at Yang Kai since she took a seat, as if she wanted to see through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Fortunately, Bing Long was considerate and casually asked Yang Kai a few irrelevant questions, easing the atmosphere considerably. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Bing Long suddenly asked, "Little brother Yang isn't a cultivator from Scarlet Wave Star, right?" Yang Kai knew that she wanted to inquire about him, so he did not try to conceal it and nodded, "I am not from Scarlet Wave Star." "Then where is little brother Yang from?" "My homeland is Tongxian Realm." Tongxian Realm? Bing Long frowned, apparently having never heard of it before. On the other hand, Ran Yun Ting's phoenix eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them. Bing Long had never heard of Tongxian Realm, but she had. Su Yin was from Tongxian Realm. This little brat really is the bastard who ruined Su Yan's purity and prevented her from reaching the peak of the martial Tao. A faint murderous intent escaped from Ran Yun Ting's body, and although it was extremely faint, Bing Long felt it. Glancing over at Ran Yun Ting suspiciously, she found that Yang Kai did not seem to notice and did not point it out, simply smiling lightly and saying, "It seems this queen is ignorant and inexperienced. This queen has never heard of this Tongxian realm before. I won't conceal it from Senior. My homeland is very barren and is considered nothing in the vast territory of the starry sky, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it." Chapter 1641. Then why did little brother Yang come to Scarlet Wave Star this time? Bing Long asked again. "I just happened to pass by." "Do you know that Brilliant Flame Sect has been looking for you for nearly a year now?" "I've heard about it." Why is Brilliant Flame Sect looking for you with such great fanfare? After asking a few questions, Bing Long's questions gradually became more straightforward. Yang Kai smiled lightly, took a sip from his teacup, and shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? Bing Long chuckled lightly before her voice suddenly became low. Then this queen will ask again. Did Master Luo Hai of Green Mountain's Star come to Scarlet Wave Star because of you? Since Senior already knows, why bother asking? Bing Long was surprised. Did Master Luo Hai really come for you? She had some speculations before. After all, after Luo Hai arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, he went to Brilliant Flame Sect, and Brilliant Flame Sect began looking for Yang Kai. Connecting all of this together, one could not help but have some guesses. Guesses were just guesses, but after being confirmed by Yang Kai, Bing Long still felt quite surprised. What kind of character was Luo Hai? Looking at the entire territory of Starfall Star, he was one of the top masters, yet for Yang Kai, he had actually come to Scarlet Wave Star from Green Mountain Star. Why? Bing Long asked again. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, Junior cannot answer this question. If Senior wants to know, you might as well ask Luo Hai himself. The surprise in Bing Long's eyes became even stronger. Yang Kai actually called Luo Hai by his name. There was no trace of respect in his voice. One had to know that when one reached Luo Hai's level of strength, regardless of whether they had a relationship with him or not, they would always add the words master or senior to their name to show respect. Even ordinary origin kings were not exempt from this. Although Bing Long was the Valley Master of Iceheart Valley, she still had to respectfully address Luo Hai as master. Yang Kai, on the other hand, turned a blind eye. Bing Long observed Yang Kai's expression and asked in amazement, Do you have a grudge with Master Luo Hai? He chased me all the way from Green Mountain Star to Scarlet Wave Star and nearly killed me several times. Senior, do you think there is any grudge between us? Yang Kai sneered softly. He did not intend to hide this matter, because this kind of thing could not be hidden. Bing Long and Ran Yunting shook at the same time as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. After a long silence, Bing Long said with a complicated expression, Your luck is really good. You were actually able to escape from Master Luo Hai. She thought that Kai Yang being able to come out unscathed was completely due to luck. If not for this, how could a second-order origin returning realm cultivator survive against a second-order origin king? What kind of grievances do you have with Master Luo Hai? Tell me in detail. Ran Yunting suddenly opened her mouth. This was the first time she had spoken since she had arrived here, but her words contained an irrefutable tone. This made Yang Kai frown as he secretly thought to himself, I'm not from Iceheart Valley, so why is she ordering me around in such an overbearing tone? However, considering that she was Su Yan's master, Yang Kai did not want to give her a hard time and could only say, This junior has no comment. Boy, haven't you figured out the situation yet? This is my Pure Ice Island, and you've provoked a master like Master Luo Hai. If you want to live, you'd best cooperate with us obediently, otherwise, even if you have great skill, you won't be able to escape this calamity. Ran Yunting saw Yang Kai acting so insensibly, and her face sank. Yang Kai looked at her, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, Is Senior threatening me? Ran Yunting's pretty face went cold, and just as she was about to say something, Bing Long hurriedly interjected, Great Elder did not mean that, but this matter is indeed not trivial. This queen has called you Yang Kai. Yang Kai, although your aptitude and cultivation are good, you have offended a master like Master Luo Hai, so I'm afraid your future will be bleak. I know, Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Since you know, this queen won't say anything more. My Iceheart Valley has a supreme elder who is also an origin king. Although she is not as good as Master Luo Hai, her methods are quite good and she has met with Master Luo Hai a few times. You might as well tell us the whole story in detail, and if possible, this queen will ask Supreme Elder to come forward and say a few good words for you to resolve this crisis. What do you think? Bing Long's sincere appearance reduced the anger in Yang Kai's heart slightly, but he still shook his head and said, This junior does not need to trouble seniors. This junior will handle it himself. You? What ability do you have to deal with such a tricky matter? Ran Yunting seemed to particularly dislike Yang Kai and sneered, Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't want to say anything, then why did you come to my Ice Heart Valley? Has an Ice Heart Valley been looking for me? Yang Kai looked over at Ran Yunting. Ran Yunting's expression became angry as she pushed her Saint Chi, causing a great pressure to descend from the sky towards Yang Kai, as if she was about to attack him. Bing Long's face changed slightly as she quickly said, Yang Kai, since you don't want to speak, this queen and great elder won't force you, but you should think about it carefully. If you agree, send a message to this queen at any time, and this queen will ask Supreme Elder to come forward and help you resolve this matter. Junior appreciates senior's kindness, Yang Kai said lightly. Since that's the case, you can stay here with peace of mind. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. Bing Long sighed, got up and left. Ran Yunting glared at Yang Kai for a moment before coldly snorting and following after him, but when she reached the front door, she suddenly turned around and glared at Yang Kai coldly as she said, Boy, don't think this elder doesn't know what you're planning. I advise you to give up on this idea. She will eventually fly to the top and become a phoenix. She is not someone you can meddle with, so don't ruin her future. After saying this, Ran Yunting didn't give Yang Kai a chance to refute and turned to leave. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stood in place, watching her and Bing Long leave. However, listening to the meaning of her words, it was clear she knew about his relationship with Su Yin. No wonder she had been so hostile towards him. Presumably, it was because she wanted to protect her apprentice. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart. To be honest, Su Yin being able to have such a considerate master was not bad, but this Ran Yunting's attitude made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. Junior sister, there's something wrong with you today. On the way back to the inner island, Bing Long looked at Ran Yunting thoughtfully. Do you know something? Why did you speak so harshly to Yang Kai? Did you know him before? I don't know him. Ran Yunting shook her head and pondered for a moment before suddenly sighing, Senior sister, to tell you the truth, this Yang Kai and Su Yin have known each other for a long time. Oh? How did the two of them know each other? Bing Long was surprised. Didn't he say he was from Tongxian realm? Su Yin also came from that place. They used to be senior sister and junior brother, and Bing Long frowned as she vaguely realized something and asked in amazement, could it be that they used to? Yes. Not only that, Su Yin is no longer pure white jade. What? This time, Bing Long's expression finally changed as she asked in shock. But didn't Su Yin use the Ice Jade secret art? How come she didn't suffer any backlash? The backlash has already come. Su Yan's cultivation has declined, and her mental state has begun to show flaws. Her ice heart is now covered in dust. Ran Yunting grit her teeth and said, if I'm not mistaken, that little brat took the initiative to come to Pure Ice Island for Su Yin. Yesterday, I discovered that the two of them were communicating with each other using some kind of strange spiritual force. Bing Long's face changed dramatically as she muttered, the two of them can communicate with each other using spiritual force. Doesn't that mean their hearts are connected? It seems that their relationship is really extraordinary. If that's the case, wouldn't Su Yan's future be ruined? There is a way to resolve this. Ran Yunting's eyes flashed fiercely. Seeing the look on her face, Bing Long quickly realized something and shook her head. Don't do that. Master Luo Hai came here for him. If he dies now, my Ice Heart Valley won't be able to answer to Master Luo Hai. Moreover, this method isn't safe. If Su Yin holds a grudge against you, it doesn't matter if she holds a grudge. Ran Yunting chuckled with a hint of madness in her smile. I won't hide it from senior sister. I'm afraid I have no hope of breaking through to the Origin King realm in this lifetime. But Su Yin has the potential. If I can't do it, I hope she can. As long as she can reach that point, what does it matter if she holds a grudge against me? One day, she will understand that I am doing this for her own good. Junior sister, you? Bing Long looked at her and suddenly sighed, her expression becoming dim. Ran Yunting said that she had no hope of breaking through to the Origin King realm, so how could she not? She had been stuck at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm for countless years, and had tried countless times to break through the bottleneck, but all of them ended in failure. She was completely unable to grasp the mysteries of the Origin King realm. As Ran Yunting said, She would probably be stuck at the threshold of the Origin King realm for the rest of her life unless she encountered some kind of heaven-defying opportunity. Bing Long understood Ran Yunting's thoughts, but she also felt that it was inappropriate to do so, so she could only say, "Let me think about this carefully, don't act rashly." "I know." After walking forward for a while, the two parted ways. Ran Yunting walked straight to Su Yan's residence. She needed to have a frank and honest talk with her disciple and teach her that the Grand Tao was eternal and that love between a man and a woman was nothing more than a passing cloud, not worth remembering. Not long after, Ran Yunting arrived, and from a distance, she saw the woman standing outside Su Yan's ice room, pleading with the two people guarding Su Yan. After taking a closer look, Ran Yunting discovered that this woman was actually Qingya, who had come to Ice Heart Valley with Su Yan. Ran Yunting still had some impression of her. After all, when she brought Su Yan back to Ice Heart Valley, Qingya had also come with her, but her aptitude was not as good as Su Yan's, so she had been living in the outer island. Seeing Ran Yunting come over, Qingya and the two women quickly stopped talking, turned to her, and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Great Elder." Chapter 1642. Ran Yunting gently nodded, her eyes sweeping over Qingya's face indifferently. Ran Yunting didn't know if it was because of Yang Kai, but she suddenly found this outer islander from Tongxian realm to be a bit of an eyesore. Yang Kai's untactful face flashed across her mind, irritating her greatly. "What are you all arguing about? Don't you know Su Yan is in retreat?" Ran Yunting shouted. The eyes of the two women who were responsible for guarding Su Yan flashed with a trace of panic as they noticed that Great Elder's mood was not very good. The woman surnamed Zhou glanced over at Qingya and said in an aggrieved tone, reporting to Great Elder, "This junior sister insisted on going in to see Su Yan. We have already stopped her, but she is still chattering here, refusing to withdraw." "Great Elder, it is not our intention to disturb Su Yan. There is simply a reason for this." The other woman also cried out. Ran Yunting's sharp eyes fell on Qingya as she said coldly, "If she refuses to withdraw, don't you know how to beat her back? Have all these years gone to waste?" As soon as this statement came out, Qingya and the other two were dumbfounded. None of them had expected Great Elder to say such a thing. In Ice Heart Valley, although there were disputes between senior sister and junior sister, no one would ever fight. But what the Great Elder meant was for him to beat Qingya up. The woman surnamed Zhou was unable to wrap her head around this for a while and stood in place in a daze. "What are you still standing there for? Are you deaf or what?" Ran Yunting shouted again. The woman surnamed Zhou shuddered and came back to her senses, realizing that the Great Elder was not joking. Her heart was filled with anger from being reprimanded, but she had nowhere to vent it. Hearing this, she shouted, "Yes, I will follow the Great Elder's orders." Saying so, she pushed her Saint Chi and pushed her palm towards Qingya. "Great Elder." Qingya opened her mouth to call out, but she had only managed to utter a few words when she was hit in the chest by a fierce force. Her tender body was sent flying almost uncontrollably, coughing up a mouthful of blood mid-air that dyed her white dress red. Hong long long. Qingya was sent flying several tens of feet away, crashed into an ice wall, and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His face was pale and bloodless. He forced himself to get up, but he was still unable to catch his breath for a long time. She was now a second-order Saint King, while the woman surnamed Zhou who attacked her was a first-order Origin returning realm cultivator. The huge gap in cultivation made it impossible for her to resist a single blow. With one palm strike, Qingya was already injured. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Ran Yunting in disbelief. She couldn't understand why the Great Elder had suddenly issued such an unreasonable order. "Scram! If you dare set foot on the inner island again, this elder will expel you from Ice Heart Valley." Ran Yunting reprimanded mercilessly. "Qingya." Su Yan's door suddenly opened, and an anxious look appeared on her face, her tender body flickering as she rushed towards Qingya. Although she had heard the dispute between Qingya and the woman surnamed Zhou and the others just now, because of Ran Yunting's orders, she didn't dare to show herself and could only close the door. But now, Qingya was actually injured, and she could no longer hold back. The two of them were both from Tongxian realm, and had joined Ice Heart Valley together. They were like sisters, so how could she just stand by and watch Qingya be beaten? However, as soon as she appeared, Ran Yunting waved her hand and a strong wind blew towards Su Yin, pushing her back inside. If you dare take a single step outside, I'll kill her right now. Ran Yunting stood outside the ice room, looking at Su Yan's grief-stricken face with a cold expression. A trace of panic flashed across Su Yan's face as she stared at Ran Yunting with a strange look in her eyes. Opening her mouth, she tried to speak, but in the end, she didn't dare to act rashly. After a long silence, she took a deep breath and grit her teeth. I hope Honored Master will not punish Qingya for her first offense. Ran Yunting nodded. As long as you are obedient, I won't embarrass her. Su Yin grit her teeth, clenched her fists, and whispered, I'll listen to Honored Master. Ran Yunting showed a satisfied expression. That's good. I came here this time to tell you that that person has arrived on Pure Ice Island. Do you want to commit suicide to make up for the flaws in your state of mind? Or do you want me to help you? Su Yan's tender body trembled as she stared at Ran Yunting in horror, a pleading look flashing across her beautiful eyes as she muttered, Honored Master. Committing suicide was tantamount to severing all ties between her and Yang Kai. From then on they would become complete strangers. If she asked her Honored Master for help, there would only be one result. Yang Kai would be killed. Either way, Su Yin couldn't accept it, as it was worse than death. There is no third choice. I'll give you a few days to think about it. Give me an answer when you've made up your mind. Su Yan's beautiful eyes dimmed in an instant, as if they were covered by dark clouds, unable to see the light in front of her. By the time she recovered, Ran Yunting had already left, and Qingya was no longer there. Only the two senior sister and senior sister from the same sect who were standing at the door were smiling at her. This smile was so dazzling to her. For the first time in more than 30 years, Su Yin had the idea of breaking the shackles that bound her and escaping from this place. It was undeniable that Ran Yunting had been extremely good to Su Yin. Since bringing her to Ice Heart Valley, Ran Yunting had taught her wholeheartedly and provided her with as many resources as possible, creating an extremely good environment for Su Yin. However, while teaching Su Yin unreservedly, Ran Yunting had also put shackles on Su Yin. Her expectations for Su Yin were too great, and she had placed too heavy a burden on Su Yin. It could be said that Ran Yunting had poured her own unfulfilled hopes onto Su Yin. The future of Ice Heart Valley, the mysteries of the Origin King Realm. Su Yin had heard Ran Yunting mention these things more than once. In the past, she didn't think much of it and simply followed her honored master's orders. After all, without Ran Yunting, she, Qingya, and Qian Hao would still be struggling on Green Mountain Star, not living such a carefree life. But now, Su Yin felt exhausted. The appearance and arrival of Yang Kai gave her someone she could rely on. She didn't want to assume the future of Ice Heart Valley. She just wanted to travel the world side by side with Yang Kai. She had never had such great ambitions, so her request was very simple. Outside the door, the two senior and junior sisters didn't hold back at all as they mocked and ridiculed him. One after another, they seemed to be in a good mood. Su Yin felt a slight chill in her heart but didn't say anything, simply sitting down cross-legged and closing the door to the ice room with a wave of her hand. In the pavilion of the outer island, Yang Kai found the Ice Heart Valley woman who was taking care of his daily needs. This woman was also from the outer island and was only a first-order saint. She appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, and although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she was quite delicate and gave off a clean aura. Those from Pure Ice Island all cultivated the ice attribute, so there was a faint chill around her. Girl, do you know Qingya? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Senior sister Qingya? I know her. The woman nodded and replied with a slight smile. Our secluded homes aren't very far from each other, so we often meet. This brother, do you also know senior sister Qingya? And, can you take me to see her? You want to see senior sister Qingya? The woman was startled and frowned, looking a little hesitant. I'm afraid that's not possible. Why? The elders said that brother can only rest here and cannot walk around at will without the elders' orders. Brother, you should know that our Ice Heart Valley is all women, and no man has ever set foot here. If you see something you shouldn't see while walking around, as she spoke, the woman's face flushed red. If that's the case, then forget it. Yang Kai smiled freely and didn't insist, chatting with the woman for a while before turning around and returning to the pavilion. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't make things difficult for her, the woman couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that this young man was quite easy to talk to. Returning to the pavilion, Yang Kai's expression was calm, neither happy nor angry, but he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. Don't tell me I'm under house arrest? Moreover, it had been 3 days since Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master, Bing Long, and Great Elder Ran Yun Ting had come to visit. During these 3 days, no one had come to pay him any attention, not even Qingya. This made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled. Others not coming was one thing, but how could Qingya not come? She knew why he had come to Ice Heart Valley this time. But now he was trapped in this pavilion on the outer island, unable to leave, let alone visit Su Yin. During these 3 days, Su Yin had not communicated with him spiritually. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. So he quietly released his divine sense and found that the woman was still guarding outside the pavilion. Space force spread out around Yang Kai, and in the next moment, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost. If it were anyone else, sneaking out would not be an easy task, but for Yang Kai, who had comprehended Space Force, it was extremely easy. Without the woman noticing, he had already appeared in a hidden location 1.5 kilometers away. Looking up at an ice peak a dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he approached it. While chatting just now, Yang Kai had intentionally or unintentionally inquired about the location of the woman's secluded home and learned its exact location. Since she said that it was not far from Qingya's secluded home should also be on that ice peak. Yang Kai just didn't know where it was. After a short while, Yang Kai arrived at the foot of the ice peak, and while concealing his aura, he looked up. There were hundreds of secluded homes carved out of this ice peak, and all of them seemed to be occupied, causing Yang Kai a slight headache. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found that each secluded home was protected by a barrier. Although with the strength of his divine sense, Yang Kai would have no problem breaking through the barriers of these secluded homes. Doing so would only cause trouble. Yang Kai could only frown and wait quietly. While he was at a loss, a group of 4 or 5 people from Ice Heart Valley suddenly arrived at the foot of the ice peak. The leader of this group was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, while the others were all Saint Kings. Although their cultivations were not very high, Yang Kai felt that each of these women gave off a faint murderous aura, causing him to frown. Chapter 1643. Generally speaking, only those with a violent and ruthless temper would possess such hostility. The ice attribute of Ice Heart Valley's disciples focused on purity and abstinence, so how could there be such a person here? Not only that, these women all had cold expressions on their faces, and they were serious in speech and manner. Their entire bodies emitted an aura that prevented people from getting close to them. They walked straight towards the ice peak and soon arrived in front of a secluded home. The woman in the lead looked around and seemed to be asking someone, "Is this the place?" Immediately, someone replied, "It's here." The woman in the lead nodded before suddenly calling out, "Is Qingya in the outer island?" His voice wasn't loud, but it could be clearly heard from very far away, and it was extremely penetrative. When Yang Kai heard this, he was overjoyed. This was really like someone delivering a pillow to him when he was feeling sleepy. He had been worried about not being able to find Qingya's secluded home, but now a group of people had suddenly come to see her. However, this group of women seems to have ill intentions. Yang Kai frowned secretly but did not rush to show himself, instead continuing to hide in place and observe secretly. As soon as the woman's voice fell, less than 3 breaths later, a thin film barrier outside the secluded home suddenly opened, like a burst bubble, and a woman in a white dress with a dignified temperament walked out. Qingya. Yang Kai raised his brow, but he soon discovered that something was wrong. Qingya's aura was unstable, and her face was pale. It seemed she had suffered some serious injuries. She was fine when she returned to Pure Ice Island a few days ago, so how could she suddenly be injured? Moreover, looking at her appearance, it was not because she had made a mistake, but rather, she had been beaten. Yang Kai was puzzled. On the other side, Qingya walked out of the secluded home and saw the face and attire of the newcomers, causing her to pale slightly. She seemed to recognize the woman in the lead. So, it is senior sister Bing Dai. Is there something senior sister wants to see me about? Qingya tried to maintain a calm look, but the trembling in her voice revealed the tension in her heart. At this time, many of Ice Heart Valley's disciples on the ice peak had been alarmed by Bing Dai's shout and had come out to investigate. After seeing the scene in front of them, all of them could not help showing a look of horror. It's senior sister Bing Dai of the Law Enforcement Hall. Why would she come here? Furthermore, why is she looking for junior sister Qingya? Oh no, could it be that junior sister Qingya made a mistake? Otherwise, how could this god of plagues be attracted? It shouldn't be that bad. Qingya has been abiding by her duties all these years since she entered the valley. Some time ago, she even seemed to have made a great contribution. How could she make a mistake? It's hard to say. I heard from a senior sister in the inner island that junior sister Qingya did something wrong a few days ago and angered the great elder, causing the great elder to lose his temper. I heard about it too. It seems that a senior sister named Zhou Yunxian even injured her. That can't be. Junior sister Qingya has a very good relationship with Su Yin. With Su Yin here, who would dare hit her? A moment later, the entire ice peak seemed to have been alarmed and many people came out of their secluded homes to watch from afar. Whispers came from all around, but the woman named Bing Dai remained unmoved, simply staring at Qingya indifferently as she shouted, Qingya, as a member of Ice Heart Valley, you have been nurtured by the sect, but instead of showing any gratitude, you colluded with outsiders to shake the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Pass down the order of the elders. Qingya's cultivation will be abolished, and she will be expelled from Ice Heart Valley, never to set foot on pure Ice Island again. A single word stirred up 1,000 waves. Bing Dai's words made the entire ice mountain burst into an uproar. Bursts of exclamations resounded. Many women covered their mouths with their hands, looking at Qingya with shock and sympathy. Their beautiful eyes trembled violently. Expulsion from Ice Heart Valley and the abolition of one's cultivation was the cruelest punishment Ice Heart Valley could inflict. It was even more terrifying than death. Death only lasted for a moment, but if one's cultivation was abolished and one was expelled from Ice Heart Valley, they would live in an unimaginable shadow for the rest of their lives, a stain that could never be erased. Qingya's tender body trembled as her eyes filled with horror. Her already pale face became even paler as she asked in a trembling voice, Senior sister Bing Dai, what's going on? Colluding with outsiders to shake the foundation of Ice Heart Valley was not a crime that could be taken lightly. Since joining Ice Heart Valley, Qingya had not done anything to harm the sect, and some time ago, because she had found Yang Kai, she had even received a commendation from the Valley Master. So how had she suddenly fallen into such a situation? Bing Dai's sudden visit and announcement of such shocking news was simply unacceptable to her. You know what's going on in your heart. Bing Dai looked at Qingya indifferently, showing no intention of explaining. Do you want to remove your cultivation yourself, or do you want senior sister to do it? Let me say this first, it may be easier for you to do it yourself, but if senior sister doesn't hold back, you may be injured. Senior sister Bing Dai. Qingya grit her teeth and shouted, a fierce look of resistance flashing across her beautiful eyes. Junior sister has not done anything to harm the sect, nor has she colluded with outsiders to shake the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Junior sister refuses to accept this. I want to see the elder. I want to see the Valley Master. Suddenly being accused of such a big crime, Qingya could not admit it no matter what, but she vaguely guessed what was going on in her heart. The so-called collusion with outsiders was nothing more than her connection with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had come to Pure Ice Island because of her. Shaking the foundation of Ice Heart Valley, to put it simply, was interfering with Su Yin. Su Yin had always been regarded by Ran Yunting as the future of Ice Heart Valley, so interfering with her could be said to be shaking the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. However, the same thing, if put in a different way, would have a completely different meaning. The law enforcement hall had probably acted because they had received Ran Yunting's order. You can't see the elder, nor can you see the Valley Master. Today, I am in charge here. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think it over. Bing Dai remained unmoved and simply stared at Qingya coldly. Qingya's face suddenly drained of blood as her heart sank. How could she, a little second-order Saint King, resist the entire law enforcement hall? If she really wanted to resist, today, this place would probably be her burial ground. Qingya had heard about the methods of these senior and junior sisters of the law enforcement hall. Qingya smiled bitterly as the cold wind blew, her heart becoming colder than her body. When she had joined Ice Heart Valley, she had been filled with joy and secretly felt that the heavens had blessed her, allowing her to meet Ran Yun Ting at her most difficult time. After joining the sect, she had abided by her duties and responsibilities and obeyed all the sect's orders. She had never relied on Su Yan's identity and status to seek anything for herself, even though she was fully capable of doing so and was qualified to do so. She only wanted to rely on her own efforts to enhance her strength step by step. She didn't expect to be on par with Su Yan, but at the very least, she didn't want to embarrass her. In any case, the two of them came from the same homeland and joined Ice Heart Valley at the same time. As Su Yan's cultivation grew higher and higher, if Qingya was too weak, others would gossip about her. A few days ago, after being mercilessly reprimanded by Ran Yun Ting and injured by the senior sister named Zhou Yunxian, Qingya did not complain and simply returned to the outer island to enter retreat to heal her injuries. She knew that her actions at that time were indeed a bit rash and that the fault did not lie with outsiders. But today, the news brought by Bing Dai was like a bolt from the blue, causing her to feel disheartened. The Great Elder wanted to kill them all. She was just an outer island cultivator with an insignificant status. All she knew was that she was acquainted with Yang Kai, but because of this, Great Elder was not willing to let her off. On top of that, she had been accused of such a big crime, colluding with outsiders to destroy the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Qingya's beautiful eyes gradually dimmed as the look of resistance in them disappeared. "You have 3 breaths of time to consider," Bing Dai said coldly. Qingya brushed her hair behind her ear before gracefully bowing to Bing Dai and saying softly, "Senior sister Bing Dai, junior sister will have to trouble you with one thing." Bing Dai frowned at her and said faintly, "Speak. Don't let Su Yin know about what happened today. If she asks about me in the future, just tell her that Qingya has gone out for life experience. You don't need to worry about that. As for Su Yin, Great Elder will give her an explanation." Bing Dai sneered. "Do you think by mentioning Su Yan's name you can avoid this? The law enforcement hall has always been a man of his word. Even if Su Yin knows about it, she won't be able to stop what happened today." She obviously thought that Qingya had ulterior motives and was trying to use Su Yan's name to intimidate them. Junior sister did not mean that. Qingya smiled bitterly. "Time's up, your decision." Bing Dai issued an ultimatum. "I ask senior sister to act." Qingya slowly closed her eyes. It had not been easy for her to reach her current cultivation, so Qingya did not want to waste her cultivation. "As you wish." Bing Dai's eyes flashed coldly as she raised her palm and pressed it towards Qingya. This palm was wrapped in a cold aura and contained a great deal of destructive power. Cries of alarm rang out all around as the eyes of countless Ice Heart Valley disciples trembled. Many of them frowned secretly as unbearable looks appeared on their faces. Their strength was not bad, so they could naturally see that Bing Dai's palm was not only aimed at crippling Qingya's cultivation, it was also very likely that she would be killed. Even if Qingya was lucky enough to survive, with such serious injuries, she would likely be worse than an ordinary person in the future and would not be able to take care of herself. Sighing in their hearts, they turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch such a cruel scene. Bing Dai's eyes were as cold as ice, seemingly devoid of any human emotion, only coldness. Suddenly, Bing Dai called out in alarm. When her palm was just a meter away from Qingya, her vision suddenly blurred and a figure appeared in front of her. This figure seemingly casually raised his palm and pressed it against Bing Dai's palm. In the next moment, Bing Dai's beautiful face paled as an unimaginably terrifying power struck her from the front, not only disintegrating her attack but also shattering the Saint Qi in her body. Bing Dai's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. With a loud thud, the ice butterfly landed heavily on the snowy ground. She slid back for another 100 feet before she finally stabilized herself. Chapter 1644. It happened so suddenly that no one was able to react in time. It wasn't until 3 breaths after Bing Dai was sent flying that one of the law enforcement hall elders recovered and shouted, "Who is it?" At the same time, they turned to look at Yang Kai, and after seeing the face of the person who had attacked them, they couldn't help feeling stunned. A man? Since when did our Pure Ice Island allow men to enter? Where did this guy come from? He actually managed to force senior sister Bingdai back with a single strike and even injured her a little. Oh, isn't this the person we were ordered to look for some time ago? It turns out we've already found him. No wonder the elders told us to withdraw. The group of female elders from Ice Heart Valley seemed to have seen something novel as they stared at Yang Kai with strange looks. After discovering that he was the person their senior sisters and senior sisters had been searching for the past year, all of them immediately became interested. They had worked hard for a year just to find Yang Kai, and now that they had finally met him, many of them naturally wanted to know what was so special about Yang Kai that Ice Heart Valley would spend so much manpower and resources to find him. However, no matter how they looked at him, they couldn't find any clues. However, Yang Kai seemed to be a little annoyed at the moment, his face extremely cold as he stood alone in front of Qinya, like a towering mountain blocking all the storms. Such a scene caused the elders from Ice Heart Valley to frown and speculate about the relationship between Yang Kai and Qinya. However, the expected pain did not come as expected, and instead, Bing Dai let out a groan. Qinya opened her eyes suspiciously and immediately saw Yang Kai's back. "Why are you here?" Qinya asked in amazement. "I came here to talk to you, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." Yang Kai turned around and looked at her with concern. "Are you okay?" Qinya shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I'm fine." "Who hurt you?" Qinya bit her red lips but did not answer. Yang Kai sighed slightly before taking out a jade bottle from his space ring and handing it over. "Take this and heal your wounds." Qinya reached out and received it, thanking him, but she didn't consume it on the spot. Instead, she looked at Bing Dai with a complicated expression. After receiving Yang Kai's furious palm strike, although Bing Dai looked extremely miserable, her injuries were not serious. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current strength, that strike would have directly taken her life. After all, this was Ice Heart Valley and Su Yan's sect, so Yang Kai didn't want to make things too big. Hearing the conversation between Yang Kai and Qinya, a trace of malevolence appeared on Bing Dai's ice-cold face. She stretched out her hand to wipe off the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth and sneered, "Heal?" She didn't have the chance anymore. Qinya from the outer island must die today for openly defying the orders of the elders and wounding the law enforcement hall. Qinya's delicate body trembled, and she clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Yang Kai turned his head and stared towards Bing Dai, his eyes as cold as a knife, exuding a cruel aura. "The one who hurt you is me, so if you want to kill me, what crime has Qinya committed? You can't run away either. No matter what your origins are, since you dare act presumptuously on Pure Ice Island, don't even think about escaping safely. As for Qinya, she's dead for colluding with an outsider, and a man at that, ruining the reputation of my Ice Heart Valley and tarnishing the reputation of the sect. What are you two thieves trying to do by infiltrating my Ice Heart Valley?" Qinya's body trembled as she looked at Bing Dai with a pale face and said in a trembling voice, "Senior sister Bing Dai, how can you say such things? There is nothing between me and Yang Kai, and I have never done anything to ruin the reputation of Ice Heart Valley or tarnish the reputation of the sect. Yang Kai is here only because—" "Shut up. You have no right to speak here." Bing Dai ground her teeth and shouted at Qinya, not giving her a chance to explain herself as she sneered, "You call him so intimately yet dare say there is nothing between you and him?" This time, many of the onlookers from Ice Heart Valley showed strange expressions. Although Yang Kai and Qinya had only exchanged a few words, anyone could infer from their demeanor and tone that the relationship between the two was not shallow. At the very least, they had not just met each other. Could there really be some kind of secret behind all this? Qinya wore a sorrowful look. "Senior sister, you can beat me or kill me, but you absolutely cannot insult me." Since Qingya entered Ice Heart Valley, she has never done anything to disrespect the sect. Moreover, this matter was related to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was Su Yan's man, so even if Qingya was muddle-headed, it was impossible for her to have anything to do with Yang Kai. You haven't done anything to him? Bing Dai looked at her viciously, instigating this man to attack me. Isn't that disrespecting the sect? I haven't. Qingya hurriedly refuted. You still dare quibble? Bing Dai shouted. If it weren't for your instigation, how could he have appeared in such a timely manner? Qingya opened her mouth, but was unable to refute. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. A look of disappointment suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's face. Qingya, since this place can't accommodate you, you don't have to stay. After saying so, he let out a long sigh, seemingly talking to himself. I thought Su Yin would be well taken care of here, but now it seems it's time to take her away. Such a filthy place will only tarnish her pure soul. Su Yin? This man actually knows Su Yin? And what did he just say? He actually wants to take Su Yin away. Is he still dreaming? Men really are unreasonable creatures. Many women looked at Yang Kai with strange eyes, wondering if this guy was another pitiful worm who had been captured by Su Yan's charm. Since Su Yin entered the sect, although she had only gone out a few times, her reputation had already spread throughout Scarlet Wave Star. Even the son of brilliant Flame Sect master, Wei Feng, was obsessed with Su Yin, let alone others. Over the years, countless people from powerful forces had come to Ice Heart Valley, hoping to have their young talents marry the dazzling Pearl Su Yin. Many of them were rising stars with real talent and aptitude, but without exception, they were all rejected by Ice Heart Valley. Su Yin was the future hope of Ice Heart Valley, so how could she be married off? It was rumored that even the Supreme Elder was very optimistic about her, and when he was in retreat, he would occasionally summon her to pass on his insights. This was a great honor. In all of Ice Heart Valley, only the Valley Master and Great Elder were qualified to meet the Supreme Elder. The other elders did not have the qualifications. Su Yin was a phoenix standing on a branch, and all the men on Scarlet Wave Star were like ants crawling on the ground to her. No one was worthy of her. When Yang Kai suddenly made such a bold statement, the women of Ice Heart Valley immediately misunderstood, thinking that Yang Kai was the same as Wei Feng and the others, a man who had fallen in love with Su Yin but was unable to win her heart and could only secretly love her. You think you can take Su Yin away? Bing Dai's eyes flashed with anger as she shouted, You'll have to live past today first. Everyone, listen to my orders. Kill Qingya and this shameless man for me. Straighten out the sect's reputation and set an example for others. As soon as Bing Dai's voice fell, the few women who had followed her immediately rushed towards Yang Kai without fear of death. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Yang Kai deal with Bing Dai before, but the orders of the law enforcement hall were absolute. So even if they knew they couldn't win, they had no choice but to bite the bullet. The people from the outer islands who were watching the fun also frowned, many of them choosing to stand by and watch, while some of them secretly pushed their Saint Chi and stared at Yang Kai due to the prestige of the law enforcement hall. They didn't want to attack Qingya, but dealing with a strange man like Yang Kai wasn't a problem. Ice attribute Saint Chi surged out from Yang Kai's body, causing the already frigid ice peaks to become even colder. It was as if the only thing left in this world was the ice attribute Saint Chi, enough to seal the world in ice. The few law enforcement hall masters who had rushed over suddenly screamed when they were about 5 meters away from Yang Kai and were sent flying backwards, landing on the snowy ground one by one, their faces pale, unable to get up no matter how hard they tried. The outer island's women who had attacked Yang Kai also trembled as their faces paled slightly, staring at Yang Kai in shock, none of them daring to act rashly. No one saw how Yang Kai attacked, but the result in front of them made them deeply realize the huge gap between them and Yang Kai. Yang Kai, don't go too far. Qingya was shocked. She had never expected that on Pure Ice Island, Yang Kai would dare to attack Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Saving her before could be considered reasonable, but now, he actually attacked again. Although he didn't kill anyone, from the looks of these law enforcement hall masters, it was obvious that they were seriously injured. Qingya didn't care about the life or death of her fellow disciples. After experiencing this incident, Qingya's sense of belonging to Ice Heart Valley had completely disappeared. She just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. She was afraid that Yang Kai would go too far and cause Ice Heart Valley's masters to take action. At that time, even if Yang Kai had great ability, he wouldn't be able to escape easily. Bing Dai still stood in place, watching the scene in front of her, and suddenly smiled. But this smile was like that of a venomous snake. With a trace of pride on her face, she shouted, "Good, good, good. This time, no matter who it is, don't even think about saving you. You're dead." Yang Kai stared at her, narrowed his eyes, and said calmly, "Do you think I can't see that this is a trap?" The smile on Bing Dai's face suddenly became stiff. "Come out. You've been sneaking around for a long time, Your Excellency, haven't you?" Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand and slammed it towards a certain spot in the void, sending a huge hand seal towards it. Accompanied by a loud bang, the giant palm print was dissolved by an invisible force, but a figure strangely appeared from the void. Countless Outer Island masters looked up and immediately called out in shock, "Great Elder!" "Greetings, Great Elder!" Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed respectfully. The figure that appeared from the void was none other than Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder. Ran Yunting was wearing a light purple palace robe that gave her a luxurious appearance, and her aura was as deep and unfathomable as the sea. But at this moment, when she looked at Yang Kai, she was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would have discovered her existence long ago. She had thought that everything would go smoothly. Chapter 1645. "Sure enough, it's you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Ran Yunting also snorted as she looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly, as if she was looking down at an ant, her expression indifferent. "It looks like you really want to take my life." Yang Kai sneered. "You spent so much effort trying to lure me into action just for this moment, right?" When he noticed that Ran Yunting was nearby, Yang Kai immediately knew that everything that had happened today was not a coincidence, but a carefully planned trap. Today, regardless of whether Yang Kai came to find Qingya or not, he would definitely be drawn here. That was why Bing Dai had deliberately shouted before arriving at Qingya's secluded home in order to alarm Yang Kai, who was inside the loft. As long as he was alarmed by Bing Dai, Yang Kai would definitely take action. However, no one had expected that Yang Kai would also coincidentally be nearby, repeatedly making things difficult for Qingya, putting a false label on her, and even attacking her heavily, was all to lure Yang Kai into action. In the end, Bing Dai had disregarded the safety of her fellow disciples from the law enforcement hall and ordered them to kill Yang Kai for the same purpose. Everything was going according to plan. The mastermind behind all of this was undoubtedly Ran Yunting. As Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder, she held great power and was the only one who could mobilize the law enforcement hall. Qingya was just an innocent pawn, and Ran Yunting's ultimate goal was Yang Kai. Great Elder. Qingya looked at the high and mighty Ran Yunting. "Ungrateful thing, you are not qualified to call me." Ran Yunting coldly glanced at Qingya and casually waved her hand, sending a bone-chilling wind towards Qingya. Qingya stood in place, unable to react in time. Yang Kai once again blocked in front of Qingya and threw out a punch. Demonic flames burst forth, and the pitch-black flames collided with the ice-cold wind. The two of them countered each other, and in that instant, the cold and heat violently clashed, causing the space around them to seemingly collapse. Ran Yunting raised her brow and finally looked at Yang Kai seriously, secretly shocked by his strength. Although she didn't use her full strength in that attack, and it looked like a casual attack, it still contained about 30% to 40% of her strength. However, Yang Kai only used a casual punch to dissolve her attack. Clearly, he still had energy left. "I didn't believe that you could kill Jiang Shi and Yin Chile with your power. But now, it seems that it is true. You are very good." Ran Yunting nodded lightly and didn't show much emotion because of Yang Kai's performance, just casually giving a few words of praise. "However, this ends here. Daring to harm my Ice Heart Valley on my pure ice island, not putting my Ice Heart Valley in your eyes, you must die today." Ran Yunting's eyes suddenly turned cold as she stared at Yang Kai without the slightest emotion. It is your honor to die at the hands of this elder. On the ice peak, countless women from Iceheart Valley trembled as they stared at Ran Yunting in shock. Was Great Elder going to take action herself? What was the background of this young man? Why did the sect try so hard to find him before, but now Great Elder wanted to kill him? What kind of unknown grievance was there? Everyone was at a loss. They didn't know what was involved in this. However, it seemed that Great Elder had not taken action for a long time. It was rumored that the last time she fought was 10 years ago, but unfortunately, no one had seen it with their own eyes. All they knew was that the man she fought with had been turned into an ice sculpture. Now, however, Great Elder wanted to kill this young man on Pure Ice Island. For a time, countless Iceheart Valley disciples were looking forward to seeing the Great Elder display her divine might. They wanted to see just what kind of heaven-defying methods she possessed. Many people also gave Yang Kai sympathetic looks, thinking that this guy had provoked Great Elder and would likely be buried on Pure Ice Island today. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Kai Yang's originally cold and angry face suddenly calmed down. This strange change made everyone's heart jump, and a faint feeling of unease spread through their hearts. Immediately, Yang Kai bowed slightly to Ran Yunting. He actually bowed. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. None of the Iceheart Valley disciples understood what Yang Kai was doing. Facing Great Elder's monstrous murderous intent, he actually bowed to her. Was he afraid? Did this man know that he was not Great Elder's opponent, so he wanted to compromise and drag out an ignoble existence? Bing Dai sneered to the side as she stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of sarcasm and ridicule. She despised this kind of trash who bullied the weak and feared the strong from the bottom of her heart, not having the slightest bit of manliness. A man like him wanted to capture Su Yan's heart? It was simply a fantasy. It's too late to admit your wrongs now. Ran Yunting remained aloof, her expression unchanged as she spoke in an indifferent tone. You should know in your heart why this elder wants to kill you. If you really understand and want to help her, then take your own life. This elder doesn't want to be stained with your blood. After all, I will often see her in the future. As if this was her final act of charity to Yang Kai, Ran Yunting waited quietly after telling Yang Kai to kill himself. Yang Kai suddenly smiled, but his expression remained calm as he gently shook his head. I did not do anything wrong. Ran Yunting's expression darkened. Even now, you still insist on being stubborn? She is not someone you can match up to. She will eventually reach the peak of the martial Tao, and in the future, you will only be able to look up to her and grow further and further away from her. Rather than suffering in the future, it would be better for you to end your own life now. That way, she might be able to remember you for the rest of her life. The peak of cultivation is loneliness. Only those who can endure loneliness can have all the achievements. Could it be that you still can't see the future clearly? The one who cannot see the future is you. Yang Kai looked at Ran Yunting faintly. I bowed to you to thank you for your guidance and care for her all these years. After this bow, you and I are enemies. If you want to kill me, you will have to be prepared to be killed by me. Ran Yunting's pair of phoenix eyes flashed with a sharp light, making it difficult for anyone to look directly at her. All the women from Iceheart Valley could not help but avert their eyes. Yang Kai, however, remained indifferent, meeting her gaze without flinching. As for whether I can match up to her or not, that's not for you to decide. Who said that the peak of the martial Tao is loneliness? I will walk hand in hand with her and reach the peak of the supreme realm. Ignorant boy, it's useless to say more. Hand over your life. Ran Yunting seemed to be angered by Yang Kai's arrogant words and no longer bothered to talk nonsense with him, simply stretching out her hand and summoning a vortex in front of her. This vortex rotated rapidly, drawing in all the icy aura within a 10-kilometer radius and gradually condensing into an icicle several dozen meters long and 10 meters thick. At first glance, this icicle looked like a giant ice mountain that had been uprooted. The onlookers all exclaimed, dazzled for a moment. Great Elder's move was earth-shattering, causing all of their eyes to fill with awe and yearning. When would they be able to stand at the same height as Great Elder? However, Everyone knew that this was just an unrealistic fantasy. In the sect, perhaps only Su Yin and a few other geniuses had such hope. As for everyone else, they were destined to be nothing more than foils for these geniuses. With many thoughts flashing across their minds, these women also used their movement skills to flee. None of them dared to linger in place. A battle at the level of Great Elder was extremely destructive, and if they remained in place, they would be caught up in it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and sent Qingya a few kilometers away before leaping up and meeting the ice spike head-on without batting an eyelid. Ran Yunting's eyes narrowed as she formed a series of seals with her hands and spat out a white mist from her mouth, pouring it into the icicle. A layer of light flashed and the icicle seemed to become even more destructive. Yang Kai's two fists burned with black flames as he pushed his Saint Chi to the limit. The moment before he collided with the huge icicle, he punched out fiercely. Hong hong hong. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the icicle disintegrated inch by inch. Yang Kai was like a ferocious beast swimming against the current, and wherever he passed, ice chips would fly in his wake. He was simply unstoppable, destroying all the giant ice spikes in his path and arriving in front of Ran Yunting. All this happened in the blink of an eye. I respect you as Su Yan's master and didn't want to embarrass you, but since you already have the heart to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Kai's voice was cold as he stood 10 meters below Ran Yunting and punched out again. An inexplicable power burst forth along with his Saint Chi, and space seemed to distort as small void cracks began to appear around Ran Yunting. The great elder of Ice Heart Valley was shocked and could not help calling out in alarm. At this moment, she felt as if her life was hanging by a thread, as if she did not use her full strength, she would die in the next moment. To be honest, Ran Yunting had never put Yang Kai in her heart. Although she had learned from 13th Elder Yu Xueqing that Yang Kai had killed Jiang Shi and Yin Qilei, Ran Yunting had not seen it with her own eyes. She secretly felt that even if Yang Kai was a rising star who could fight across realms, he was absolutely not her opponent. She had been famous for a long time and was a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, the strongest combat power below the Origin King realm. But as soon as they started fighting, she felt a huge pressure coming from Kai Yang. This young man was like an unsheathed sword, his momentum monstrous and his aura monstrous, as if he was even stronger than her. Cold sweat dripping down her back, Ran Yunting's face changed drastically as she madly pushed her Shi. With Ran Yunting as the center, the temperature within a 1,000-meter radius plummeted as feather-like snowflakes fell from the sky, each one containing a mysterious power. In this Shi, Ran Yunting became the sole master, and the falling snowflakes became her strongest weapon, capable of killing any enemy enveloped by her Shi. Even the void cracks were frozen. She stared at Yang Kai coldly as the murderous intent in her heart intensified. With a single thought, the falling snowflakes seemed to come to life and flew towards Yang Kai to wrap around him. Chapter 1646. Little brat, your courage is commendable, but you are too bold for your own good. Repent your sins in hell, and if there is an afterlife, don't think about eating swan meat like a toad. There are some people you can't reach. Ran Yunting madly urged her Shi as she shouted. Each of these crystal snowflakes contained Ran Yunting's comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way. Her Shi, which was close to reaching the grand accomplishment stage, was only slightly weaker than her territory, making her invincible among all Origin returning realm masters. Yang Kai's body was covered in snowflakes. His aura suddenly dropped, and a visible frost started to spread on his exposed body, freezing it. More snowflakes fell onto Yang Kai's body. It was as if all the ice in the world had been poured into Yang Kai's body. After 2 breaths of time, Kai Yang had been frozen into an ice sculpture, still maintaining his punching posture, his eyes glaring angrily as he stood in midair, his black hair still fluttering in the wind. He was like a work of art that had been carefully sculpted by a grandmaster. A few kilometers away, Qingya, who had just stabilized herself, raised her head, and after seeing this scene, she suddenly panicked and exclaimed, "Yang Kai." Her voice was filled with grief. Yang Kai had actually been defeated by Great Elder in one move. Was the gap in strength really too big? But if he really died here, then Su Yin, Qingya almost didn't dare to think about it anymore, and for a moment, her entire body froze, her mind in chaos. At this moment, she would rather have been killed by the ice butterfly just now than see Yongkai fall here because of this troublesome matter. Kill this traitor. Ran Yunting glared at Qingya from a few kilometers away before ordering Bing Dai nearby, a look of disgust flashing across her eyes. After saying this, she no longer looked at Qingya. It seemed that to her, Qingya's life or death didn't matter at all. As long as she could make up for the flaws in Su Yan's mental state, she was willing to kill anyone who was related to Su Yan. Bing Dai had just been injured by Yang Kai, but her life wasn't in any danger, so she quickly recovered. Hearing these words, she rushed towards Qingya without hesitation, her eyes flashing a cold light as she pushed her Saint Qi, condensing a thin layer of ice around her body as she glared at Qingya indifferently. Let's see who can save you this time. While speaking, he had already arrived in front of Qingya and struck out with his palm. Qingya didn't move at all. She simply didn't pay attention to Bing Dai's killing move. She stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was frozen in midair, and the only thing left in her eyes was that ice sculpture. Her eyes were filled with grief, and her expression was desolate. Forget it. Yang Kai had died at the hands of the Great Elder, so he didn't have the face to see Su Yan again. Being buried here with Yang Kai wasn't a bad choice. On the road to the Yellow Springs, at least he would have someone he knew. Facing Bing Dai's sure-kill blow, Qingya slowly closed her eyes, as if she was prepared to die. Bing Dai didn't hold back just because Qingya didn't resist. For her, the orders of the Great Elder were absolute. The surrounding Ice Heart Valley disciples all exclaimed. None of them had expected that after so many twists and turns, Qingya and that young man would still die. Many people's expressions dimmed as they revealed looks of pity. At this moment, in the world of ice and snow, a small head suddenly popped out in front of Qingya. The small head had distinct edges and corners, as if it was carved out of stone. The two black bean-like eyes were extremely spirited, and there was a kind of spiritual light flickering in them. Immediately afterwards, this small head pulled up, like a radish being pulled out of a tree, revealing its entire form. In front of Qingya, a strange creature less than a meter tall appeared. There was clearly no aura of life flowing out of its body, but from its nimble movements and intelligent eyes, it clearly had its own intelligence and spirituality. It was just like a puppet made of stone. This is... Bing Dai's brow furrowed as she stared suspiciously at the stone mongoose that had suddenly appeared in front of Qingya, unable to wrap her head around what was happening. Then, she saw an incredible scene. This small stone mongoose actually leapt up and stood in front of Qingya, brandishing one of its arms that was somewhat disproportionate to its body and clenching its fist to meet her attack. There were no energy fluctuations, but when this stone puppet's fist struck out, her own ice chi was like a chicken, unable to withstand a single blow, and was instantly broken. In the next moment, a force so great that it made Bing Dai feel despair struck her. Absolute strength conquers 10 techniques. Only when one's strength reached a certain level could they ignore all attacks and break all ice chi. Bing Dai was shocked. With a miserable cry, she was sent flying again, and this time, the injuries she suffered were even more severe than when Yang Kai attacked her. After falling to the ground, she fainted, her life or death unknown. Countless people heard the cracking sound of the bones in her arm breaking. Hiss, gasps could be heard from all directions. Bing Dai was from the Inner Island, a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, and a cultivator of the First Order Origin Returning Realm. What exactly is this thing that suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Qingya? It was just a light punch, yet it was able to injure Bing Dai like this. Where did it come from? Even Qingya herself was also confused. She lowered her head and looked at the hunched and charmingly naive stone mongoose in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What is this? Standing in midair, Ran Yun Ting turned her gaze to the stone mongoose with a grave expression. Although she couldn't sense any life or energy fluctuations from the stone mongoose, this strange creature gave her a great sense of danger. It was a sense of danger that she wouldn't be a match for if she were to fight it alone. Her heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously glanced at the frozen Yang Kai. With a single glance, Ran Yunting almost screamed. Yang Kai, who she thought was dead for sure, was actually grinning at her from inside the ice crystal, a smile full of sarcasm and mockery. The dignified Ice Heart Valley's great elder only has this much skill? To be honest, you are very disappointing. If this is all you have, Su Yin really isn't suitable to follow you. You are not qualified to continue teaching her. Yang Kai's voice came out from the ice crystal. Ran Yunting's face changed drastically, as if she had seen a ghost. Down below, the stone mongoose's two black eyes rolled, as if thinking of something, suddenly stretched out its hands and patted itself hard. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk a huge tremor shook the nearby ice peaks, causing countless chunks of snow and icicles to fall. Amidst the loud noise, the stone mongoose's body suddenly grew in size, its originally less than a meter-tall body suddenly growing to a height of 6 meters. It then turned around, picked up Qinya, who was looking up at Yang Kai with a look of pleasant surprise, and ran away as fast as it could. On the white snowy ground, only a trail of smoke was left, stretching far into the distance. It looked like a vicious mountain king who had come down the mountain to kidnap a woman he was satisfied with and could not wait to return to his stronghold. The women of Ice Heart Valley were all dumbfounded. Junior sister Qingya was kidnapped by a stone man? But soon, they understood why the stone man was in such a hurry to leave. A horrifying aura suddenly filled the air. Yang Kai, who should have been frozen, was now exuding a shocking aura. The ice around his body emitted cracking sounds as cracks appeared one after another, as dense as a spider's web. The ice crystal was about to shatter. Ran Yunting paled in horror, and so did the women of Ice Heart Valley. They didn't dare to stay in the same place anymore, and they all ran extremely far away. Wishful thinking. Ran Yunting shouted fiercely as crystal snowflakes appeared again and shot towards Yang Kai, obviously trying to freeze him again. Break for me, Yang Kai shouted. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the ice crystal shattered and burst into powder that splashed into the void. Along with it, Ran Yunting's shirt also shattered. The snow that filled the sky suddenly disappeared and was replaced by countless void cracks. These void cracks were like tiny black snakes, causing those who looked at them to shudder. With Yang Kai as the center, these void cracks covered a radius of 3,000 meters. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ran Yunting stumbled back as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to accept such a result. In a head-on confrontation with this young man, she had been utterly defeated. She was Ice Heart Valley's great elder, and her sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage. What ability did this young man have to be able to suppress his sure in all aspects? Moreover, this sure of his contained an extremely strange power. Not only did it fill the area enveloped by the sure field with countless spatial cracks, but it also affected his judgment. She couldn't see where Yang Kai was at all. Yang Kai's position was constantly fluctuating, the distance between them constantly changing. Space Force. Ran Yunting's face suddenly turned pale. Only the power of space could form so many spatial cracks, and only the power of space could affect his judgment of distance. How could this young man possess such a strange power? What's more, he had integrated this power into his sure. Ran Yunting really felt like she had seen a ghost this time. Die! Yang Kai's voice was cold, seemingly not showing any mercy just because she was Su Yan's honored master. Pushing his divine sense, the space around him suddenly solidified and the countless void cracks began to move towards Ran Yunting. You want me to die? Let's see if you have the ability. Ran Yunting roared like a crazy shrew, no longer possessing the dignity and bearing of a great elder. Suddenly taking out a token from her space ring, she poured her Saint Qi into it. The next moment, an incredible change occurred around them. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he looked around and found that the surrounding ice and snow Qi had increased to a terrifying degree. Moreover, this ice and snow Qi seemed to have a faint connection with the token in Ran Yunting's hand. Below the ground, in the earth vein of pure Ice Island, world energy surged and radiated in all directions, emerging from the cracks in the ground and merging into the surrounding world. This world energy then flowed through the token into Ran Yunting's control. The ice chi gathered around Ran Yunting like a dragon, and after only 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai's Shi was suppressed. Chapter 1647. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly as he did not dare to face this attack head-on, quickly restraining his Shi. If one Shi was forcibly broken, it would cause great harm to one's body and would be very troublesome to repair. The power of a spirit array? Yang Kai quickly figured out what had happened to Ran Yunting. Obviously, she was using the spirit array on Pure Ice Island to achieve this. Thinking about it, this was not surprising. Ran Yunting's status in Ice Heart Valley was not low, only below the Supreme Elder and Valley Master, so it was natural for her to be able to mobilize the power of this spirit array. Ha ha ha, my Ice Heart Valley's Pure Ice Grand Array ranks first on Scarlet Wave Star. Boy, you can die in peace under this spirit array. Ran Yunting laughed as she waved the token in her hand, sending out a stream of light that merged into the surrounding ice and disappeared without a trace. However, a series of ice blade-like attacks suddenly appeared all around and shot towards Yang Kai like a swarm of locusts. This was the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array. Even an Origin King Realm Master would find it difficult to safely escape from it. The moment Ran Yunting mobilized the power of the Spirit Array to deal with Yang Kai, all the Masters on Pure Ice Island noticed. On the inner island, inside the Valley Master's Ice Palace, Bing Long's expression changed as she looked up into the sky. Who is using the power of the Spirit Array? Is it Great Elder? Spreading out her divine sense, Bing Long soon saw the situation on the ice peak of the outer island and could not help exclaiming as she quickly flew out of her ice palace. The dozen or so elders on the inner island also noticed and rushed over. Somewhere on the inner island, in an unknown location, a silver-haired woman was sitting cross-legged beside a cold pond. She did not look very old, only about 16 years old, but her aura was countless times stronger than that of Bing Long and Ran Yunting. An Origin King Realm Master, Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder, Luo Li. This silver-haired young woman's face formed a strong visual contrast, giving Luo Li a sense of amazement. At this moment, she seemed to be using the cold energy of the cold pond to do something. Her mouth opened slightly, and as she breathed in and out, a white mist of cold air was sucked out of the cold pond and into her stomach. Luo Li's face was a little pale. This was the after-effect of her last cultivation mistake. The moment the Pure Ice Grand Array was activated, Luo Li also sensed it, but she only glanced indifferently in a certain direction and ignored it. For someone like her, there was no need for her to intervene in the outside world. It was just a matter of the younger generation causing trouble. Bing Long would naturally deal with it. However, just as Luo Li was about to continue healing her wounds, her expression suddenly changed. She seemed to have sensed something and looked in a different direction. Her expression became serious as she whispered, "Qihua, you really can't hold back anymore? Daring to trespass on my Pure Ice Island? Oh, this is... no wonder. No wonder you have such confidence." When she noticed the existence of another person, Luo Li's expression became even more dignified. After a long silence, she sighed, "I don't know if Pure Ice Island can survive this crisis, but I hope you don't go too far." Saying so, she slowly got up. Her body flickered and disappeared, leaving behind only a clear afterimage. Fool, if you can mobilize the full power of the Pure Ice Grand Array, you may be able to kill me, but with your meager ability, how much power can you borrow from the Grand Array? Yang Kai shouted as a 5-colored light suddenly burst from his body. This 5-colored light was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. At the same time, an unprecedentedly fierce aura burst from Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai grasped the void, and the golden light around him suddenly separated from his body and condensed into a golden sword in his hand. 5 elements indestructible sword chi, metal sword, focused on killing. With this sword in hand, Yang Kai's murderous intent surged, causing Ran Yunting's eyes to tremble violently. Screaming, she madly pushed her Saint Chi and poured it into the token in her hand, attempting to use the power of the Spirit Array to kill Yang Kai. Countless ice blades, icicles, and arrows formed in the void and shot towards Yang Kai again. Good. Yang Kai shouted as he swung the metal sword in his hand. The golden light was dazzling, as if it wanted to cut through the void, causing all of Pure Ice Island to pale in comparison as a series of sharp sword chi shot out. The ice blades, icicles, and arrows were like snowflakes under the scorching sun, sliced apart and melted. Within 10 meters of Yang Kai, no one was allowed to approach. His posture was wild and his black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a war god from ancient times, exuding boundless heroism. Countless women from Ice Heart Valley stared blankly as an irrepressible feeling welled up in their hearts. This feeling made them throb, causing them to focus all of their attention on Yang Kai, as if there was nothing else in the world but the figure standing midair. Inside the inner island, Su Yan's ice room suddenly opened and she rushed out. The first thing she saw was a familiar figure 100 kilometers away, shrouded in golden light. "Junior brother," Su Yan murmured. Although her voice was soft, it seemed to cross the barrier of 100 kilometers. Yang Kai, who was swinging his metal sword, turned his head and glanced over at her with a grin. Su Yan also smiled, and then sped off in that direction. At this moment, the orders of her honored master and the rules of the sect were no longer binding on her. In her heart, in her eyes, there was only the man who had wreaked havoc on Pure Ice Island for her. As long as she could see him up close and enter his arms again, she would die without regret. "Where do you think you're going?" "Su Yan, stop right there." Zhou Yunxian and the other woman who was responsible for guarding Su Yan were also paying attention to the battle 100 kilometers away, but when they recovered, they were shocked to find that Su Yan had actually run away. The two women were shocked and hurriedly chased after her, shouting loudly as they did so. "Su Yan, you dare violate the orders of Great Elder. You will be punished. Hurry up and go back. If you return now, you'll suffer less physical pain, otherwise, no one will be able to save you." Su Yan turned a deaf ear to these words, as if she hadn't heard them at all, her figure gradually disappearing from the vision of the two women. "This is bad." Zhou Yunxian's face went pale. No matter what, the two of them would have to bear the crime of failing to protect Su Yan, and Great Elder would definitely punish them. "This woman really pisses me off." The other woman ground her teeth and cursed, "Senior Sister Zhou, what should we do now?" "Follow her." Zhou Yunxian stomped her foot and continued to chase. A burst of thunderous laughter resounded throughout Pure Ice Island as Yang Kai, who was wrapped in the power of the spirit array, swept through the air and shattered Ran Yunting's attacks. Ran Yunting's expression was ferocious as her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This young man, just how monstrous was he? With just a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was actually able to suppress her while she was using a portion of the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array. She had thought that among all origin returning realm masters, she was already one of the best, and that few origin returning realm masters could compete with her, but today, she deeply understood that there was always a mountain beyond a mountain, and there was always someone stronger. This young man named Yang Kai was able to achieve this level now, so if he broke through to the third order, wouldn't he be able to compete with an ordinary origin king? When this thought appeared in Ran Yunting's mind, she was taken aback. While feeling frightened, she became even more determined to kill Yang Kai. If this boy did not die, Ice Heart Valley would definitely face great trouble in the future. Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder is only SOSO. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, not putting Ran Yunting in his eyes at all. Holding his sword in his left hand, he swept his right hand across the golden sword and shouted, "Go!" With a flash of golden light, the sharp sword wave instantly arrived in front of Ran Yunting, intending to pierce her in the next moment. No matter how Ran Yunting pushed the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array, she was unable to stop this golden light. For a moment, Ran Yunting's face went ashen as her eyes began to waver. Only now did she understand that Yang Kai bowing to her before was not because he was afraid of her, but rather because he wanted to end the fate between her and Su Yan. Now that their fate had come to an end, he could kill her without hesitation. Did she regret it? Of course not. Ran Yunting's eyes filled with determination again. Even if she died, she would not regret her decision. Su Yan would be the future pillar of Ice Heart Valley, and whether or not Ice Heart Valley could surpass Brilliant Flame Sect and become the most powerful force on Scarlet Wave Star would depend on Su Yan's ability. She might die, but killing Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder was not a trivial matter. Once the Supreme Elder blamed her, Yongkai would not be able to survive. As long as Yongkai died, Su Yan would be able to make up for the flaw in her heart and use her full strength. She would definitely bloom and shine brightly throughout Star's territory, and in the future, she would stand at the very top of Star's territory. What did this young man count for? No matter how amazing his talent was, he would eventually be left far behind by Su Yan. With death imminent, Ran Yunting remained motionless as she stared at Yongkai with a strange grin on her face. At that moment, the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array suddenly soared. The power of the Spirit Array, which was originally unable to block the Golden Sword, now played an unimaginable role. The rich ice chi gathered together and formed a flawless ice wall in front of Ran Yunting. The golden sword pierced through the ice wall with a grinding sound as it approached Ran Yunting bit by bit. The ice wall seemed unable to stop the golden sword's advance. However, Yongkai frowned and turned his head to the other side. Over there, Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Bing Long had appeared at some point, holding a token in her hand that resonated with Ran Yunting's token, increasing the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array. Her face was dignified as sweat dripped from her forehead as she poured her Saint Chi into the token. More and more Ice Heart Valley elders appeared, all of them exclaiming as they took out their tokens. With the support of so many Ice Heart Valley elders, the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array grew even greater. In the end, the Golden Sword's advance was stopped only 3 inches away from Ran Yunting. The incomparably sharp sword chi pierced Ran Yunting's forehead, causing a drop of bright red blood to seep out from between her eyebrows. It was incomparably dazzling. Chapter 1648. Ran Yunting's expression remained unchanged as she glared at Yongkai coldly and declared, "It's over." The reinforcement of the many elders gave her hope of killing Yongkai again. "Die!" Yongkai suddenly shouted. The other 4 colored lights circulating around his body suddenly separated and poured into the golden sword, fusing with it. The 5-colored light sword immediately took shape. This light sword contained the power of the 5 elements, and as the 5-element aura circulated endlessly, the power of this light sword suddenly soared. Kacha. The ice wall blocking Ran Yunting's way cracked and a clear crack appeared on it. Ran Yunting paled in horror while Bing Long and the other elders were dumbfounded. With a bang, the ice wall was completely shattered, and the 5-colored light sword pierced towards Ran Yunting's brow in an extremely fierce manner. Just as Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder was about to lose her life, a white jade hand suddenly appeared in front of her. This jade palm looked pure white and flawless, its 5 fingers like fresh onions rising out of the water. As this jade palm gently clenched, it was as if it was grasping something insignificant. An extremely mysterious and indescribable power emerged from this jade palm. The 5-colored light sword that had shattered the ice wall was actually grasped by this jade palm, and although it trembled violently, it was unable to advance any further. "Little boy, where there is a need to be lenient, why must you be so ruthless?" A cold female voice sounded from the void. Yongkai frowned and narrowed his eyes. Ran Yunting had just escaped from the gates of hell and was soaked in sweat, but after seeing this jade palm and hearing the cold female voice, she suddenly became overjoyed and shouted, "Many thanks for Supreme Elder's life-saving grace. I ask Supreme Elder to act again and kill this evil creature who insulted Ice Heart Valley." Supreme Elder? Yongkai's face became dignified as he looked up in a certain direction but could not see anyone. He knew that Ice Heart Valley had a Supreme Elder, an Origin King Realm Master, but she was just a First-Order Origin King. Yongkai had even offended someone like Luo Hai, who had been chased all over Xing Xing's territory, so even if this Origin King Realm Master from Ice Heart Valley was powerful, she could not scare Yongkai. That was why he dared to come to Ice Heart Valley. Yongkai was secretly on guard, not releasing his Saint Chi. On the other side, Bing Long was shocked, fearing that Supreme Elder would really kill Yongkai in anger, so she quickly said, "Supreme Elder, please show mercy. There may be some misunderstanding here. please leave this matter to Bing Long. Yang Kai's existence was of great importance, so Bing Long didn't dare let him die casually. The cold female voice sounded again, but this time, she didn't speak. Instead, she sighed slightly, and the jade hand that grabbed the five-colored light sword suddenly collapsed and disappeared. With a single thought, Yang Kai took back the five-colored light sword into his body and stared at Ran Yun Ting coldly. Ran Yun Ting was also staring at him, grinding her teeth, extremely unwilling. She seemed to be very annoyed that Supreme Elder had not directly killed Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai had made too much of a fuss just now. In front of everyone's eyes, he had actually tried to kill her, the Great Elder. Ran Yun Ting absolutely could not tolerate such provocation and insult. However, in the face of Supreme Elder's decision, she did not dare to object and could only secretly feel annoyed. Suddenly, a beautiful figure flew over from the distance, and Yang Kai turned his gaze in that direction as if telepathically. In the next moment, the shocking murderous aura around his body disappeared, as if it had never existed, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Yang Kai stared in that direction, his eyes as gentle as water. Bing Long and the others seemed to be unable to adapt to this sudden change, and all of them frowned, wondering why this was happening. Following Yang Kai's gaze, Bing Long showed a thoughtful expression after seeing the situation over there. Ran Yun Ting also saw the appearance of this person and her expression became gloomy, but just as she was about to shout something, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze land on her. Turning her head, Ran Yun Ting saw Yang Kai staring at her with a look that seemed to say, "If you dare say anything, I'll kill you right now." Ran Yun Ting swallowed the words she was about to say and quietly gulped. She didn't know if she was overthinking things, but just now, she had the illusion that she was being stared at by an ancient divine spirit, as if she provoked Yang Kai again, even Supreme Elder would not be able to save her life. This thought made her hair stand on end. The beautiful figure rushing over from the distance only took a few leaps before arriving a few meters in front of Yang Kai and standing in the air. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she bit her red lips. Her eyes stared at each other, and a rare smile appeared on her usually cold face that seemed to be carved from ice and jade. The enchanting scenery of Pure Ice Island was overshadowed at this moment. The countless outer islanders of Pure Ice Island all stared blankly. Heavens, Suyin actually smiled? She actually smiled? On top of that, she smiled at a man. I thought she would never smile. Does she know this man? What's their relationship? Why do they look so close? Suyin actually has a man outside? This is really hard to imagine. No wonder she was punished by Great Elder. The inner islands are not allowed to have too close contact with men without permission. What kind of background does this guy have? He actually managed to move Su Yan's heart. Whispers sounded from all directions as Ran Yun Ting's face went pale while Bing Long shook her head and sighed. The remaining elders all looked at each other. They did not know that Su Yin and Yang Kai had known each other for a long time, so this sudden scene really shocked them. High up in the sky, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Su Yin. A faint blush appeared on Su Yan's snow-white cheeks, but her unforgettable longing overcame her natural shyness and her figure flickered as she threw herself into Yang Kai's arms. The two hugged each other tightly. After more than 30 years, the two from High Heaven Pavilion were finally together again. Hugging you is like hugging the whole world. The cold wind whistled and the snow was swept up, causing all of Pure Ice Island to fall silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the man and woman in midair. The scene was beautiful and the warm atmosphere was enough to dispel the surrounding coldness, making everyone feel warm in their hearts. Ran Yun Ting's expression changed as she looked towards Bing Long, seemingly wanting to say something, but seeing the helpless look on Bing Long's face, she didn't say anything. Su Yin, you slut, hurry up and get back here. For daring to act like this, you will be punished. Two abrupt voices rang out, disrupting the beautiful atmosphere. Many of the Ice Heart Valley's female disciples glared at the source of the voices, secretly blaming the newcomers for their recklessness and impudence. Two flashes of light appeared and two women soon caught up. They were the ones who had shouted just now. After seeing the situation here, Whether it was Zhou Yunxian or the other woman responsible for guarding Su Yin, both of them were stunned, obviously not having expected so many sect elders to gather here. It could be said that all of the sect's elders were here. The two wore awkward expressions as they glanced over at Ran Yunting timidly. In any case, it was a fact that Ran Yunting valued Su Yin, so if they insulted Su Yin and Ran Yunting blamed them, they would definitely suffer. However, at first glance, the two women were overjoyed. Ran Yunting didn't seem to have heard what they had just said and didn't care about them at all. Instead, she was staring off in a certain direction, her eyes filled with hatred and anger. Following her line of sight, Zhou Yunxian shrieked and covered her mouth. She was shocked to find that Su Yin was hugging a strange man. This is too outrageous. Not to mention that on the inner island, one was not allowed to have close contact with outside men without the permission of their honored master, but Su Yin was the legacy disciple of Great Elder Su Yin. With her status, being so intimate with a man in public was the same as slapping Great Elder's face. Did she still have Great Elder as her honored master? No wonder Great Elder's face was so ugly. Considering all this, Zhou Yunxian quickly said, "Great Elder, Su Yin ignored my junior sisters and my advice and insisted on rushing out. I thought she had something important to do, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Acting like this in public is too shameless. Please punish her, Great Elder." Ran Yunting's body trembled as her face filled with anger. There was no need for Zhou Yunxian to say such things. If possible, she would have already torn Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. However, she didn't have the ability to kill Yang Kai. Only the Supreme Elder could do it herself. So, she remained silent and did not respond to Zhou Yunxian. Zhou Yunxian gawked as a trace of suspicion flashed across her face. Just as she was wondering what was going on, though, a cold voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Were you the one cursing Su Yin just now?" Looking up, Zhou Yunxian found that the man who had been hugging Su Yin was standing midair, staring at her with a pair of indifferent eyes. Su Yin ignored this shocking scene and snuggled up to him like a little bird, a satisfied expression on her pretty face, as if even if she died immediately, she would still be satisfied. Being stared at by those eyes, Zhou Yunxian inexplicably felt a chill in her heart. Quietly glancing around, she found that none of the elders had any intention to speak, so she could only grit her teeth and reply, "I was the one who spoke without thinking." Regardless of whether Su Yin was in the wrong or not, it was indeed wrong for her to insult her fellow sect master. In front of so many elders and valley masters, she didn't dare act presumptuously and immediately admitted her mistake. "Apologize," Yang Kai said concisely. A trace of anger flashed across Zhou Yunxian's face as she shouted, "Who do you think you are to dare point fingers at me?" Admitting a mistake was admitting a mistake, while apologizing was apologizing. These were two different things. Zhou Yunxian didn't want to apologize to Su Yin in front of so many people, as doing so would be too shameful. As soon as she finished speaking, a cracking sound rang out from her cheek. Zhou Yunxian felt her cheek go numb as her whole body was swept away by a great force, spinning several times in the air before falling heavily onto the snowy ground. The elders of Iceheart Valley all paled. They hadn't seen how Yang Kai had acted, only that this girl named Zhou Yunxian was sent flying. Chapter 1649. Zhou Yunxian got up from the snow, covered her cheek with her hand, and stared blankly at Yang Kai. She had never expected that in front of the Valley Master and so many elders, Yang Kai would dare to slap her. "Apologize." Yang Kai stared at her coldly. Zhou Yunxian's tender body trembled. Being humiliated in front of so many senior sisters, as an origin-returning realm master, how could she endure such humiliation? Her face suddenly distorted as she screamed, "You dare hit me?" Asterisk pa. Asterisk with another light slap. Zhou Yunxian was sent flying again. Her other cheek went numb. "Apologize." Yang Kai's voice was cold and mechanical, without the slightest emotion, causing those who heard it to shudder. Zhou Yunxian got up from the ground for the second time, a look of horror appearing on her face as she turned her head to look at Ran Yunting, as if begging her to uphold justice for her. However, when she looked at Ran Yunting, Zhou Yunxian felt a chill run from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Great Elder's face was gloomy, and although she stared at Yang Kai, she didn't dare to say a word. The other elders also had the same expression, and even the Valley Master's brows were furrowed. No one will uphold justice for me. Zhou Yunxian was shocked. She knew that she had done something wrong and shouldn't have insulted Su Yin like that, but there must have been some other reason she didn't know. This young man actually caused everyone to be extremely fearful. Apologize or die. Yang Kai issued an ultimatum, his murderous intent once again locking onto Zhou Yunxian. Failing to kill Ran Yunting had made him extremely annoyed, and this Zhou Yunxian had just happened to bump into him. Bing Long finally spoke and frowned. Yang Kai, that's enough. Although this one spoke rudely, you have already punished her, so stop. Zhou Yunxian was still a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, and being slapped twice by Yang Kai in front of her was the limit of Bing Long's tolerance. If Yang Kai continued to be aggressive, Bing Long couldn't just stand by and watch. If he really did that, it would only chill their hearts. Junior brother, let it go. Su Yin also pleaded for Zhou Yunxian. For her, Zhou Yunxuan's insult didn't hurt her at all. Now, Yang Kai also slapped her twice, which made her taste the consequences. However, Yang Kai standing up for her, Su Yan's heart was still sweet. Since senior sister says so, then I won't be so ruthless. Yang Kai's expression eased as he looked at Bing Long and said, let her apologize and I'll let her go. Bing Long was speechless. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. At that moment, all the elders of Ice Heart Valley wore solemn expressions as they listened attentively, as if they had heard something, their expressions changing rapidly. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he vaguely detected a divine sense fluctuation in the void, one that he could not identify. Yang Kai immediately understood that Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder was talking to Bing Long about something. Not daring to disturb them, Yang Kai waited quietly. The faces of Bing Long and the others became gloomy, and after a while, they all looked at each other with solemn expressions, vaguely feeling that a storm was brewing. It seemed that something big was about to happen in Ice Heart Valley. Apologize to Su Yin, and we'll drop this matter. Bing Long suddenly turned to Zhou Yunxian with an impatient expression. Zhou Yunxian's expression froze. She hadn't expected that Valley Master would also side with Yang Kai and Su Yin. Although she was unhappy, her last resort was gone, so she could only reluctantly say, Junior Sister Su, Senior Sister was in the wrong just now. Please don't take offense. She gritted her teeth, and her eyes flickered with hatred and madness, like a dormant poisonous snake. She knew that in the future, she would become the laughingstock of Ice Heart Valley, the subject of gossip among the senior sisters. Her face had been swept to the ground. You can go back. Bing Long waved to Zhou Yunxian and ordered lightly. Zhou Yunxian bowed and walked away, but before leaving, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai and Su Yin, as if she wanted to imprint their appearances in her heart and carve them into her bones. Everyone else, disperse. Bing Long shouted. Everyone from Ice Heart Valley withdrew. Soon, only the elders of Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai, and Su Yin remained. Qingya stood far away, looking over with a worried expression. Yang Kai, come with me. Bing Long looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Who wants to see me? Yang Kai vaguely guessed. Bing Long sighed. Supreme Elder wants to see you. Not only that, Master Luo Hai, the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, and Senior Chihua of Brilliant Flame Sect also want to see you. Luo Hai is here? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Yes. And if I don't go? Yang Kai grinned. I'm afraid it's not up to you. You know the consequences, Bing Long sighed. Bing Long sighed. Although you are very strong, in front of Sir Luo Hai, your strength is nothing. Yang Kai stroked his chin and nodded. It seems I have no choice but to go. Good. I'll go with Senior. It's time to settle this matter. Bing Long was stunned but didn't ask any more questions, glancing at Su Yin who was snuggling up to him and sighing, I'll wait for you up ahead. The other elders followed closely behind as Ran Yunting stared at Yang Kai gloomily, her face filled with ruthlessness. Although she didn't know why Master Luo Hai insisted on seeing Yang Kai, even going so far as to use the power of Brilliant Flame Sect to find Yang Kai, it seemed that the grudge between him and Master Luo Hai was not shallow. This little brat, doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to provoke Master Luo Hai. Let's see how you die now. Ran Yun Ting cursed viciously in her heart. In the next moment, she saw Su Yin and Yang Kai holding hands and whispering something to each other, causing her to feel a burst of anger, wishing she could rush up and separate them right now. But thinking of Yang Kai's means, Ran Yun Ting suppressed her anger, coldly snorted, and chased after Bing Long and the others. Senior sister, wait for me here. I'll be right back. No, I'll go with you. Su Yin shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Obviously, she was worried about Yang Kai's safety and wanted to stand by his side. Then, fine. Yang Kai did not continue to persuade her and instead turned to look at Qingya. Qingya immediately said, I'll wait for you here. She knew that she was not qualified to participate in this matter, so she tactfully stayed behind. The stone mongoose stood quietly beside her. Yang Kai gently nodded, and together with Su Yin, he left. Bing Long was waiting not far away, and seeing the two of them acting like an immortal couple, she could not help frowning, but she did not pursue the matter further and instead looked at Yang Kai meaningfully and asked, Now that things have gotten to this point, shouldn't you tell me frankly what kind of grievance there is between you and Master Luo Hai? Does Senior want to know? Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Bing Long nodded. Just ask Luo Hai. If he's willing to tell you, you'll naturally know. You? Bing Long was stunned. Haven't you figured out the situation yet? Master Luo Hai and Senior Qi Hua came to Pure Ice Island together and specifically asked to see you, so they must have come for you. Right now, the only one who can protect you is my Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder. Even now, you're still trying to hide things? Do you want to die? Your Ice Heart Valley Senior seems to only be a First-Order Origin King, right? If Luo Hai really wanted to do something to me, could she stop him? Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Bing Long was speechless. Above the Origin King realm, every time one broke through a minor realm, their strength would undergo an earth-shaking change. It was precisely because of this that no one could blame Luo Hai and Qi Hua for trespassing on Pure Ice Island, and when they specifically asked to see Yang Kai, Luo Li could not refuse. If not for this, how could Luo Li allow them to trespass on Pure Ice Island? If it was just Qi Hua alone, Luo Li would have beaten him back long ago. What's more, I have no friendship with Ice Heart Valley. Even if your Supreme Elder had the ability, why would she protect me? Yang Kai sneered, You want to know what Luo Hai wants from me, right? Or perhaps you want to get a share of the pie from Luo Hai. Bing Long was stunned, but immediately smiled bitterly. You seem to understand. Since you understand so clearly, why are you still willing to see him? If I were you, I would have left already. Where would I go? Yang Kai coldly snorted. I was chased around the star territory by him and finally managed to hide on Scarlet Wave Star, but now that he has found me again, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. As I said before, it's time to settle this grievance with him. Otherwise, he will always be thinking about me in the future. If he wants to bully the weak, let's see if he has the ability to do so. Saying so, Yang Kai's face filled with a fierce light as his eyes flashed like lightning. Not only did he not shrink back because of Luo Hai's strength, he also seemed to be filled with fighting spirit. Bing Long stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly for a long time before shaking her head and muttering, Madman? With just a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, daring to utter such arrogant words, Bing Long felt that Yang Kai's head was definitely abnormal. Yang Kai just laughed and didn't seem to care. From beginning to end, Su Yin didn't say a word, simply snuggling up to Yang Kai and holding his hand, as if she never wanted to be separated, a peaceful and satisfied smile on her face. Bing Long sighed. Normally, such a golden couple would have been a match made in heaven, making others envious. However, Yang Kai had been targeted by Luo Hai, so no one could pry into his future. Su Yin, on the other hand, was a core member of Ice Heart Valley. With her Ice Jade secret art, if she couldn't sever this bond, one day she would fall from grace into the mud and end up living a miserable life. Bing Long remained indifferent. The trio moved extremely quickly and soon arrived in front of a huge ice palace on the inner island. This ice palace seemed to be carved entirely from profound ice, crystal clear like jade and white like snow, giving it an elegant yet awe-inspiring appearance. Inside this ice palace, an extremely powerful aura leaked out. When Yang Kai arrived in front of this white jade ice palace, 3 divine senses instantly enveloped him, one of which was so powerful that the other 2 could not compare to it. Luo Hai, you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.